and welcome. It's episode 112, Red Leaf, a Retrocast Wrestling Stardom X Stardom G1 Finals. I'm your host, JD, and for the AEW New Japan section, it'll be Ricky as usual. A little extended there, because we got the whole G1 to talk about, a lot of AEW heading into All Out, and we both attended Beyond Wrestling Americanrana live. So that's going to be an extensive little topic there over our feeling of the live show and what Beyond is. Means a lot to us. It's where we met, and we go into a little in-depth there. From there, I will take it into the Joshi news and topics. I got a lot to talk about, including the Regina de Wave title. Ice Ribbon ran a show, a lot to break down there from Soriano's first title defense. TJPW ran an all-women show at Corkin Hall. Stay tuned for that. And Stardom has outside the 5-star news to go through, whether it's New Blood 4, the big Stardom X Stardom show that they ran. If you're looking for the more extensive and in-depth 5-star Grand Prix coverage, I have been doing a night-to-night analysis over on the Patreon, patreon.com/redleafretrocast, talking spoiler-free recommendations, in-depth attendance talk per night, and then I go down the card from there. And if you listen to this podcast, I think you know what to expect, but I like to think I'm bringing something new and interesting to that I don't really see anyone else doing that. After the Stardom rundown, there is no WXW or Dragongate. Those two promotions are what seems to be taking a backseat for the time being. I think it's just going to be big shows for a little while until there's interest from me as a fan wanting to talk about them. And just from a big show, that's what I'm going to dive in next. It's getting kind of rough in those promotions right now. I don't want to. I guess I don't want to expose myself for just not wanting to watch the product from the house or build perspective. They got to kind of get me back. After that, it's the retro section of the podcast. A lot of fun. It is, we're in All Japan Women Classics episode 75. That is July of 1993. Headlined by a Kyoko Inoue Manami Toyota match that I think you'll enjoy me discussing. And last but not least, the WCW section. Nitro Tanner of Headlock Talk returns. He's still with me. The streak continues. We're at September 20th, 1999 Nitro. The build to Halloween Havoc is on. If you love this podcast and you want to hear, of course, my 5-star Grand Prix in-depth reviews, that's available all month. First 10 nights there over on the Patreon, plus everything next month, as the Grand Prix is pretty long, so you get a lot of content for the next couple months here. LLPW reviews keep going. Just completed their LLPW's entire first year as a company. So I concluded 1993, did Match of the Years, did Wrestlers of the Year within LLPW, overall thoughts of how the promotion performed in its first year. A lot to go down there. And then my favorite section of the podcast, Joshi 2010s, on this episode's release. The start of 2012 has begun. Did a big episode over the first show Wave put out in 2012. Lot to go down there, especially the team of Ayumi Kurihara and Kana, now known as Asuka in the WWE. And the start of Retirement Road for Ran Yu and Toshi Uematsu. So I really went down. And I finished a Neo 2010 show with a big Yoshiko Tsumura title defense against Emi Sakura, who's been in the news a lot lately. So the Joshi 2010 starting really strong this month, starting 2012 strong, and you can listen to a lot of the backlog for free, because I really want these episodes out and people to learn about the history and follow along over on the All Japan Women Destiny podcast feed. But again, if you want these episodes early and help promote and supply the podcast with acquiring a lot of these DVDs, because you can't find a lot of these shows online, that's how you can help out and join the RLR Plus program, if you will. And with that, on to the show. Alrighty, so now that that's over and we're going, Ricky, we got Beyond Wrestling to talk about that you and I went to live, AEW and New Japan, August 15th through the 30th of the month, 2022. What a blast it was seeing you back in New England.
It was so good to be back. I mean, I'm so fortunate that my family happens to live in a drivable distance to the White Eagle to attend the big events. So now I schedule my family visits around Americanrana and Heavy Lies the Crowd.
Yeah, they're doing the Rustival again, as they announced.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I really hope to make it again this year. I haven't discussed travel plans with my partner or my family, but if it's feasible, I hope to be back.
I might just do Heavy Lies the Crown.
Understandable.
It was a long
weekend.
It was a long weekend. It was a lot of wrestling. Some of those shows, I hate to say it, but kind of wasn't worth my time. Especially the hardcore one, the H2O show.
That one was rough.
That was a rough
time. But it was economical, I think, to buy the weekend ticket compared to individual.
Yeah, if you plan on going to more than one show, you kind of pay for it right there, more or less.
Yeah. So we'll see how they split that up and whatever. But if there's one or two wrestling open shows, a limitless show, maybe Chaotic shows up, I'll probably go to those.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
What we did go to together live that we're doing here on the podcast proper is Beyond Wrestling Americanrana live reaction a couple weeks, about a week and a half later, because my God, that was a long, long night. I didn't get home until about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Same. I think we both drove about the same distance to and from the venue. So, and it was late. I think it was a 3.5, 4 hour. Oh, longer? I don't know. It was long.
It was long. It was longer than that because I was looking at the clock. We were kind of drinking accordingly so we could make it home safe and everything. But my God, this show felt like it would never end at times.
I didn't feel that way. I didn't feel like it dragged. I thought it was, well, for the most part, well paced. There's at least one notable exception. But yeah, I didn't think it was too long or that it dragged, like I said.
Well, I definitely had fun. I'm going to make that very clear. I had a total blast going to the show with you and your partner friend, husband guy,
man
guy.
I mean, we've been together over 10 years, so I feel like
common law friend.
We're not common law. Believe me, I researched. I was like, did we accidentally get married at some point?
In the state of Texas, maybe.
Yeah. In Colorado, we are not.
Okay.
But we've been together about 10 years, so I feel like partner
close enough
accurately describes our relationship than boyfriend or something like that. So anyway, he was there.
Yeah, I cracked the bourbon, the Breckenridge that you gave me. Very good stuff.
Oh, good. Yeah,
love it.
I brought JD some Colorado bourbon from the Breckenridge distillery. It's kind of my go-to whiskey to drink back at home. I forget how you described it. You said it was like you said strong but not heavy or something like that. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, there's not a heavy like bite afterwards, but you definitely taste a lot. The burn is very slight with it. It's quite enjoyable, and now, of course, that I've had it, now I see it kind of everywhere I go.
But like that's kind of the point, right?
Right.
So, I'm glad you like it.
So the reason why the other reason why we're not doing this on the Patreon, or at least I'm not, is because honestly, it was more of like a party show. I didn't watch it. I didn't go to the show and watch it like an analyst. I was straight up fanboying kind of deal at the indie show. Hanging out with you, it felt like a party to me. And so just kind of overall thoughts and some of the matches and people, just kind of want to pick each other's brain. I'll just run down like the card results, and then we can just kind of give easy thoughts. How does that sound?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I haven't rewatched it since the night of, and I felt the same way. Like I went to have a good time, not to break it down.
All right. So it was easily the largest crowd Beyond Wrestling has had all year since Heavy Lost the Crown. And just from my personal fan standpoint and how I've felt over Beyond since that point in the year, is I thought as a fan, they had to knock this show out of the park. They really had to nail home angles and good matches and trying to get over the people that are going to be there longer term. And funny enough, today, Drew Cordero on Twitter said he had major like booking philosophy changes since April. And what was I saying at the show, like during this, and why I was kind of getting frustrated as a fan?
You said that his booking has changed. He wasn't focused on storylines, and he didn't seem to be focused on like luring new fans or something like that.
Yeah. And his exact words were, he's not focusing on trying to get new fans. He's trying to make the existing ones happy. And I think that, now I understand the philosophy behind that, but I actually think his old one was satisfying both ways. While this way, it was very... The shows definitely feel like he's... I don't want to say backpedaling, but he's trying to rely on tricks and tropes of the past, and I think it's hurting his product as a fan.
That could be part of the reason why he feels he doesn't have to focus on bringing in new fans is because so many of his roster are featured prominently on either AEW Impact, elsewhere, other prominent indie promotions. So maybe he's relying on their name value to get any new fans.
So I've thought about this, and I've analyzed this in the past, is at first I would be very understanding. Hey, you're getting talent kind of picked and prodded to various places, whether it's Impact or other promotions or AEW in particular. But it's also been well over a year to that point, and that was never an issue, seemingly during the pandemic, slightly before that, and even I guess I'll kind of just loosely say that for America, we were quote unquote out of the pandemic in the middle of last year, because that's when AEW and WWE went back to touring. So it's been a year since that point, and for a long time, I felt that just as a fan, I'm not getting satisfied with who's being highlighted and what we're doing to get them over with the crowd. It's very one-dimensional towards everything, and I gotta tell you, I got like halfway through the show, and I was like furious as a fan. I was just so mad at everything that was happening, because it's not the Beyond that kept me going back essentially weekly to Uncharted Territory every chance I could, and monthly to their shows. Because I found myself since March that do I need to go to the show now because the cards aren't what they used to be? And it has nothing to do with name values. It's the matches that's being put on and the match-ups of the people that are being booked.
Is there too much emphasis on Wrestling Open?
Well, Wrestling Open clearly has an idea to get new wrestlers familiar with the area and the fan base, which I think is fine. I personally don't like Wrestling Open. I know it gets plenty of fans there that would be going to uncharted territory, but like the Max Caster's always there. He's putting in the work. Like, there's some good stuff on the shows, but it's a lot of just green talent kind of practicing. I understand that. I have no issue with that. It's just when we get to these major Beyond shows, sometimes you see talent that are getting over on Wrestling Open on these shows, but sometimes, most of the time, you don't. And there's not a whole... Okay, let me backpedal. Take a step back. Love Doug is a great example. He was on Wrestling Open a lot. He's in Limitless. He's in Beyond. He's over, and he should be... I think a person like him should be a more featured player because he is over with the crowd, and yet when it comes to these bigger Beyond shows, people like him are always kind of pushed to the side. Or another good example is someone who's not on Wrestling Open but is definitely over with the crowd is Alec Price.
Mm-hmm. And he's on Wrestling Open every week.
Every single week? I thought he's kind of like
most
an every
weeks.
other... Yeah, he's a most week kind of guy. But
most weeks.
It seems that he like him and Masha Slamovich, their booking is kind of very confusing to me because at the beginning of the year and at the end of 2021, they were such a heavy focus and they were getting more and more over to a fever pitch with the crowd.
Yep.
And I believe, this is ironic, I believe Alex Price defeated Masha kind of in the mid-card of the show in March. And kind of ever since at that point, they're just not really the featured players anymore. It's focused on guys like Slade doing hardcore matches or thumbtack matches or just wacky gimmick things. Just a lot of things that kind of perplex me, and things across the show booking wise are very unsatisfying as fans to me. I did like the opener, Trisadora versus Lufisto. I thought that was great. Lufisto, veteran, putting over the talent you're going to see the most. That was one of the better things on the show to me.
That was very, very good.
Yeah. We had the fancy nerds and the flirtation. Very gimmicky kind of match, a lot of fun, but it was also like 18 minutes long.
That was long. That was super long. And I love all four guys involved in that match. That is one where we felt we were looking at our watches, I think.
Yeah, and a lot, like, here's some of the match times, because I remember reviewing a lot of these Beyond shows, a lot of the matches outside of like two of them would go over 12 minutes. Okay? So keep that in mind. This one went 17:20. Lawless Galleon. Lawless defeats Galleon 12:35. Becca defeats Masha 13. Then there was a squash/swerve that together was 20 plus minutes. Waves and curls.
17 and a half.
Yeah, but there was also like the promos in the middle and all that.
Between, yeah.
It was a long time. Waves and curls against the Righteous 1950. Alec Price Ortiz 1542. Then there was a squash, and then the main event went 15 plus.
Yeah, I'm looking at these match times now, and I am like dumbfounded.
It's very exhausting.
There are not a lot of people that I want to watch for more than 10 minutes.
Especially at the indie level.
With the exception of tag matches, which should go 15-ish. Yeah. So most of these at the event didn't feel as long to me as the match times would indicate. So I guess that says something. But now that I'm looking at it, I understand why we were so tired at the end of the night.
Pretty exhausted. And it's a lot of, like, personally, I hated the WLC thing. I thought, like, it just never ended. I thought they missed what made it fun. Like, when we met, so a lot of thoughts to put in, but it's a lot of out of frustration. Like Masha losing off just a really bad angle. There was a lot of heat on the show. A lot of heat.
There was a lot. Yeah, I think heels won every match in the first half before intermission.
Yes.
If you call Rex Lawless a heel, I feel like the crowd was split between Rex Lawless and Ryan Galeone, but the crowd definitely wanted Galeone to win.
I mean, that was kind of billed as Limitless versus Beyond.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Which I think they could do a lot more with that, but if that's the only one you're kind of doing it on the show, then kind of think Beyond should win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There were some questionable decisions there for the finishes, absolutely.
Yeah, and let's see. Alec Price defeated Ortiz. Interference, of course. Eddie Kingston, which the Eddie Kingston Slade match, from my feeling, was one of the more anticipated matches of the entire show. And for that to kind of end in 3 minutes, I am torn because in one way, I really liked Eddie Kingston squashing this nerd.
Yep.
But the groans from the crowd was very noticeable because
I think if it hadn't been billed as one of the big matches on the card, it was the right decision.
Well, it's because if you look at how Beyond has been booked the last few months, Slade has been kind of the number one option. And for him to get squashed by Kingston in a quote-unquote outsider, no matter how over he was, the groans from the crowd was very noticeable. And it was throughout the night of that.
I'm wondering, too, if they were told to go home early because of the length of the rest of the matches.
They had wasted so much time in previous matches. Yeah. Like, did Waves and Curls against the Righteous need to go 20 minutes?
No. That was one that we lost focus on that match. A lot of focus. There was a lot of that match where we were not paying attention to what was happening in the ring, and we were just chit-chatting. Which is too bad because all 6 people in that match are super talented.
Well, 3 people are.
Well, at least 3, yeah.
Yuta defeats Timothy Thatcher. I thought this was the best match of the night. It was good stuff. I have nothing bad to say about that. I thought that was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was there, and it checked all the boxes for me.
Yeah, that was the one I actually went back and rewatched, and I liked it just as much the second time. AEW stands tall at the end of the show. That was kind of quite the sight.
AEW stood tall, and then the Wrestling Open people came out to confront the AEW and Beyond folk.
Yeah, it was Alec Price.
And the Miracle Ones.
The Miracle
Generation plus
Ichiban, right? Yeah. So my last thought was, if they're going to do that angle at the end of the night, and the whole purpose is to do that really cool thing, and that's what we're going to see going forward, then at the early parts of the show, you can have the Wrestling Open people be the beginning of the show and winning. Right? You can have Ichiban defeating, I don't know, Ryan Galeone, I guess. Do something crazy, right? Just throwing something top of my head.
He had just beaten Max Caster earlier in the day on the Wrestling Open show.
Right. So we could, or would it have been bad for him to have a promo saying he did that? Because a lot of us weren't there at the Wrestling Open show.
Right. I didn't know that until next day.
Right. Me neither. Just some things that I think would have helped invest us as fans. Because I'm looking at the Bish at the next wrestling show at the beach, which I've gone to 2 years in a row now. And I love that show. And I'm really contemplating, like, I think they have to bring it. I thought they had to bring it at this one, and I'm very 50-50 on it. Because I had a good time.
Wow.
I thought the back half of the show was good, but very exhausting. And
Yeah.
I've never really felt the exhausted part at the end of Beyond shows before.
I had never felt it. Not that I've been to so many Beyond shows. But yeah.
So there's your local indie. Any final thoughts on that?
Just that we had very differing opinions on the WLC match.
Yeah.
I loved it. Okay, so I'm a newer fan, right? I'm a newer wrestling fan in general. So I love when wrestling gets silly because I didn't experience 90s silly wrestling. I didn't experience the Attitude Era. So anytime it's a little outside of the box, I'm happy with it. And I thought it was really fun. It did go long, but I thought it was really fun.
There's a lot of WWE stuff to it, which I'm not a fan of.
And okay, so I watched WWE for a grand total of about 9 months, because maybe a year, maybe closer to a year. So I started watching wrestling in the summer of 2017. The first WWE pay-per-view I watched was SummerSlam 2017. And then I canceled my subscription to the network in October of 2018. For like reasons.
Right.
So yeah, so I haven't watched WWE regularly. I only watched it regularly for about a year. And now the only thing I know about it is from podcasts or the occasional pay-per-view. Big ones. Yeah. So, anyway, I thought it was fun.
Okay. Well, with that, I guess we'll go over AEW time.
I have some more indie stuff.
Ah, okay. Shoot. I'll go off the cuff then.
Not a whole lot, because so for those of you paying attention, I am in Massachusetts right now. I do live in the Denver area. I've been in Massachusetts since Americanrana weekend. I think I got here on the 20th. We're sitting here and recording on the 30th. So I haven't watched a ton of wrestling in between AEW and Americanrana, but Saturday I did turn on the Black Label Pro. What was it called? It was called Total Eclipse of the Heart. The hashtag was Rumble because the second half of the show was just a Rumble. That was the entire second half of the show. I'm staying at my sister's house, and she has 2 kids, a boy and a girl, 7.5 and 5 years old. So I was watching on my phone for a little while, and then my brother-in-law said it was okay to watch it on TV, even with the kids in the room. I wasn't sure, what my brother-in-law's and my sister's thoughts on exposing the kids to wrestling would be. But believe it or not, Black Label Pro, their monthly shows are very kid-friendly. They have an 8-year-old who hops on commentary sometimes. I figured this was the show to introduce them to, and they got a real kick out of it. I can tell you they really enjoyed seeing Sky Blue was in the Rumble. They thought she was super fun. They liked Jake something, and they really liked Dan the Dad. They thought Dan the Dad was really funny. But I watched the whole show mostly on mute without commentary, which is too bad because Marty and Sarah from Marty and Sarah Love Wrestling do the commentary for these shows, and they are just a fantastic commentary team. But notable matches include Big Damo defending the Progress World title against Kevin Koo.
Oh.
Marco Stunt had a match against Cole Radrick, who's been popping up everywhere recently.
A Big Damo match made my ears perk.
Yeah. Oh, it was super fun, and I would. It's a solid 2 out of 3. I love Kevin Koo. I love Big Damo. I love the fact that that belt is being defended all over the place. So that was really fun. And Trish Adora defeated Warhorse. That was obvious. Like, if you're an indie person, you know these people.
Right.
And so just seeing them together in a ring was great. The technical match of the day was Kevin Blackwood versus Adam Priest. We've been seeing on Uncharted Territory a lot. And that was just as hard hitting as I thought it was going to be. Strikes all over the place. Those guys are really good. And then, Miracle Generation showed up against the Black Label Pro young prodigy tag team called the Bang Bros.
Oh, yeah. Yep. We've talked about them before.
We talked about them on the podcast a couple months ago. That was the last time Miracle Generation was there. This match, I think, was somehow better than their first match. And all 4 of these guys are super, super young and just have so much promise. I can't say enough about Miracle Generation. Excuse me. I will go on and on about them for days to whoever will listen. But the Bang Bros are also very young and very, very talented. And they have great in-ring chemistry. I would really love it if all 4 of those guys made it to a big promotion and that rivalry ends up being their career-long rivalry. It would just be really cool.
Yeah, if they can make it to some more like New York indies or show up in Beyond a little bit more, and I think the West Coast in particular is getting scouted a lot, like the West Coast
I was
pros.
going to say, I think Miracle Generation needs to get booked on Prestige and get themselves some more exposure, like you said, to the
Prestige is
West
booking
Coast.
like top end talent, so I was thinking if they could get like a more of a lower card West Coast pro type thing.
West Coast Pro would be good. I was just thinking about Miracle Generation versus C4.
Yeah, you know what? My mind was going to C4 as well. Yeah.
Oh, and they're like the homegrown tag team of Prestige. So
right. It's just very tough if you live on the East Coast to go all the way to the West Coast kind of deal.
Absolutely. But that's a match that I'm kind of dying to see is Miracle Generation versus C4.
Okay. Good to go? Or you got more?
Just one more item to note. So I said that the whole second half of that show after intermission was a 30-man Rumble. Featuring some of the names that I said earlier: Sky Blue, Dan the Dad, Take Something.
How did Sky Blue look?
She looks the way she always looks.
Okay.
Competent.
Okay, fair enough.
And she's, but she entered the match, and I don't remember it. One after another, Sky Blue entered the match, then Billy Starks entered the match. I don't remember who was first, but they were sequential entrants to the match. And so they kind of feuded throughout the match.
Who impresses you more, Billy Starks or Sky Blue?
Oh, Billy Starks. And she's got And Sky Blue has 5 years on Billy, I think. So,
I think that says more about Sky Billy, Blue than anything.
I agree. I think they're wrestling about the same level. And I think Billy Starkz impresses me more just because of her age. And I think she's just showing more. She probably just, in my mind, has more promise because she can still be shaped. When you're under 25, there's still a lot of molding and shaping to be done with that clay. I feel like once you hit,
it's funny how that 25 number comes up in like women and Joshi wrestling a lot.
Does it?
Oh yeah. Like a lot of promotions in Japan won't train you if you're over 25. You can't start.
Interesting.
There's the old Japan women rule that once you hit 25, you're too old, no longer marketable. You got to go have kids. It's retirement time.
No, I don't think anybody over 25 is not marketable. Obviously, that's not. No, that's
the old rule of old Japan women back in the 70s and 80s.
I'm just saying. I know as a. I was a young woman once, and I know that I was.
What do you mean once? You still are.
At some point in time, I was a young woman, and I just know that I was definitely more impressionable, between the ages of 17 and 23 than I was between 23 and whatever.
More manipulated to be able to get into a cult, you mean?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I probably could have been convinced by the right person.
It's just, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, if you're charismatic and good looking, man, you can get pretty much anything you want from me. But when I was 23.
That Mars bar that guy has next to his all white van, but look at the chiseled abs on that piece of meat.
Oh man,
that Mars bar's worth it. Let's go.
Now you're speaking my language. Anyway, Billy Starkz won the Rumble.
Okay.
So she now has a title shot. It's like a Money in the Bank thing. She can cash it in at any point.
Okay.
I'm expecting it might happen in Chicago.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe. No. The Black Label Pro show is dual branded, so maybe not.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want. It's wrestling.
She's tag teaming with Brian Alvarez against Tom Lawler and Killer Kelly.
Killer Kelly, that's the match. I might watch that.
Yeah, I think we're going. They've announced more and more matches for that at this point, and now I'm like, oh, they announced Kylie Ray versus Speedball Mike Bailey, and I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure I have to go now.
Sounds like a good match.
Yeah.
Kylie Ray, what could have been?
I know. Oh man, there's still AEW is still trying to make someone star that Kylie Ray could have been.
I think
they still don't have that baby face.
Yeah. Is that a transition AEW finally?
I think so.
All right.
Let's do it.
Hit the music. Here we go. The one-winged angel screams. It fuels my hopes and dreams. The best promotion. Well, I think we should start with the trios tournament stuff and the return of Kenny Omega. What do you think?
Kenny. Kenny Omega is one of the reasons I got into wrestling in the first place in 2017. He means a lot to me. Oh, seeing him back is just... Ooh, yeah, he looked great. I like that they're leaning on his injury. He's just such... I don't understand how I just don't understand his talent. In ring, storytelling. He's great looking. I mean, when you talk total package, I mean, that's it right there. The storytelling, though, that man's mind, I can't even throw my hands up.
It was a very good return. It was against LFI. I thought they were the perfect people to go up against them and the Bucks. He did an entire match, and with Don Callis on commentary, really emphasizing that this man is beat up and perhaps came back too early from all these injuries to help his buddies try to win this tournament. And Andrade, Dragon Lee Rouge just really molded well together for an entire match where he's purposely fucking shit up sometimes. And then you'll see him later in the match take that just wicked Dragon Lee suicide dive over the guardrail into the fans. It's yeah, this guy's fine. And he's wearing the compression shirt. He's as the match is going on, he's oh, the back, oh, the ribs, oh, the shoulder, oh, the leg,
That's what I'm saying about the storytelling. People are oh, did he come back too soon? No, he's telling you a story, idiots. Shut up.
It's wrestling. They are workers.
It worked. It worked.
It's very good. And it's all leaning into the United Empire in the Death Triangle, which that's my number 2 tag match of the year.
Go.
Just incredible stuff. Just back to back.
Yeah. And phenomenal stuff. I'm trying to remember. I think I watched both of these Dynamites on delay.
Mm-hmm.
One from the 17th, we were traveling. We were still on the road when that one aired, so I don't think I watched it until maybe even after Americanrana, but we somehow steered clear of spoilers for that one. No, I guess we didn't wait that long to watch it, but we did steer clear of spoilers. We didn't know what was going to happen on any of it. We assumed Kenny was coming back, but we didn't know. And then
I do like how AEW does that, where they basically tell you, but they don't outright say.
Yeah, even if it's 1% that you're not entirely certain.
That's all it takes.
I like not knowing with complete certainty. Yeah. And then they do other stuff like booking CM Punk versus John Moxley.
Hold your thoughts on that
everyone
one. We'll get
with
there.
Complete certainty. I'm just talking about complete certainty.
Yeah. Yeah, there's certain good booking things that AEW does that they get you into a sense of sureness, but that 1% sometimes does come true, and it absolutely shocks you. But what do you think of this trios tournament so far, other than those 2 matches? Because I'm kind of 50-50 on it personally.
Yeah, I am also 50-50. I think they did the right thing by beating the Trust Busters.
Yeah.
Which we weren't sure they were going to do since that was a new team. We're are they going to let them look strong?
I was pretty confident Best Friends were going to win that because Orange Cassidy and whatnot.
I was not entirely sure. I think Tony Khan sometimes puts his wrestling action figures in a ring, and he doesn't always make the.
I don't know. I can't really think of much that goes that direction.
So that was correct. The thing is, do we really want to see Best Friends or Dark Order versus Aussie Open? I think they're the next one. No, wait, who do they face?
It's the winners of the Elite and United Empire against the winners of Dark Order and Best Friends.
Okay. So, yeah. Why do we need... I mean, I love Best Friends and I love Dark Order and I love the work that they do in the mid-card. I would not have booked a situation where it would be Best Friends versus the Elite or Dark Order versus the Elite, even with, and we can talk about the Dark Order moving on in their match. even with Preston Vance presumably excelling some sort of injury, and then maybe, is Hangman going to come in and take his place? If that doesn't happen, there's no reason to book Dark Order or Best Friends versus
Even if that
Elite.
does happen, this storyline of Hangman Page and his dorky buddies that have been essential jobbers, not even mid-carders, or even irrelevant on television essentially all year, it's a very uninteresting story to me. The more interesting story was Hangman Page teaming with the Bucks or getting back with the Elite, not being with the Dark Order anymore. Especially, not to mention, the Dark Order's depleting by the numbers each and every month.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. What I did like about Dark Order having a pretty high-profile match recently was that, man, John Silver and Alex Reynolds, their tag team offense, I mean, it is up there with some of the great tag teams, and I like them getting the attention that they deserve.
I'll give you an example of what would have been ways to kind of make this a lot more interesting, or at least give even the Best Friends more credibility, is all the teams on that side of the bracket that they've stuck on Rampage.
Mm-hmm.
On Elevation, where they have X amount of like squash matches, they could have taken a squash match out or two and had John Silver versus Arya Daivari. John Silver and Alex Reynolds against Orange Cassidy and Trent, like mixing all of these teams up over the summer since the announcement of the trios tournament. I know it was kind of late, but you got to heat these people up. It's something I always critique AEW about, is that it's just too often you get these people coming in cold as ice, and you haven't seen them in months, and we're just supposed to kind of just cheer for them for a cool match, and that's not good enough. I like being invested in my wrestling. I like being invested in what I'm going to see. And right now I'm not invested in the Dark Order or even the Best Friends, despite me liking these teams.
Yeah.
So if I had to choose, I'd choose Best Friends against the Elite or United Empire, because I just think they're the better team, and Orange Cassidy is the best person to get to that point.
I agree. As a trio, Best Friends are better.
Yes.
Absolutely.
This Hangman Page thing, I would rather him get a bigger role than just third partner.
I have a question about Hangman Page.
Sure.
So he told the Young Bucks he couldn't be in a trio with them because he was going to be in the corner for Dark Order and supporting them. He didn't come out as second them or fourth them for their match.
I mean, he came out for the entrance and went to the back, but yeah, he wasn't ringside or anything. It's very weird.
What the hell, Hangman?
Yeah,
that was like a huge part of the story and why he's not in the match, and then he wasn't even there for their match.
Right. Yeah, it's all very weird things, but from that left side of the bracket, at least, we're getting some of the best matches of the year. We got that return of Kenny Omega, as we talked about. We got LFI. I really want to see them more. Roosh has been on like Dark and Elevation, just being Roosh, and that's really getting over. He had a match on Elevation the other night against with Butcher and Blade. It was just such a wacky combination, Butcher, Blade, Bull kind of situation. Wacky things like that are fun for fans, right? And what do you think of like what's up?
All right. Tony Khan is tweeting in a fever pitch right now. He just announced Ishii versus Kingston for the pre-show for All Out. So,
well, that's a fucking cool match.
I'm very excited for that. Sorry, I'm going to be there. So yeah. I saw that. And
I'm going to make it clear. There's been a lot of like drama in backstage with AEW right now, and I have like almost negative interest in schoolyard bickering.
Oh my goodness. I don't understand how adult people cannot just be adult people. I have never fought with a coworker verbally or physically. I don't understand it. I worked in restaurants. I'm not saying like I've sat at a desk and been like a solo person. Now, yes, there are always people in a restaurant they're not going to get along with. But I never had words with
here's
someone.
the thing. The only
Ah.
thing that's until it starts affecting on screen and booking decisions that we're clearly seeing, like the thing that's making the rounds and like the groups I hang out in is the Britt Baker Thunder Rosa stuff. And I mean, we've known about this for well over a year that they don't like each other very much, but it's not the only thing that we keep getting bled onto the screen is backstage little digs where it's like she's handing a sandbag to him because of all these wacky allegations or rumors online. That is crossing the line with me. That's like Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels back in the 90s, where now I gotta pick a side. It's like, okay, well, Thunder Rosa, I guess, is from San Antonio, just like Shawn Michaels, so I gotta hate her? Is that my train of thought?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. But with I'd rather kind of do the conspiracy theory cap. You ready for this?
Okay, ready.
So for years, it was so hard for information to get out of the AEW locker room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, with a mixture of this MJF, CM Punk, Thunder Rosa, it's just seemingly all out of nowhere, all of these outlets have these inside scoops and backstage rumors. Now, I don't doubt that there's like people that don't like each other. I mean, that's any like workplace, right? But things like CM Punk alleging, I'm not going to do the job to you, Hangman, ever, kind of deal. Or Thunder Rosa allegedly possibly avoiding dropping the title because she's upset with her reign and doesn't want to do the job. I don't really buy a lot of that. It feels conspiracy theory hat on me, where it's being leaked on purpose to try to blur the lines of like actual sports controversy. Like, think of like the Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving stuff.
That means nothing to me.
Where they're having
baseball or hockey.
Yeah. But it's like ESPN First Take stuff, you know, and now it's being leaked to media outlets. Now, I will say it is making AEW weirdly a lot more interesting and having a different kind of spark to it, because it feels like there's actual real competition with the roster instead of just a Tony Khan booked cool match show. So, I mean, is it just me, or has the women's division, for example, been a lot better the last 45 days?
August was an okay month for the AEW women's division.
I'm not saying every match like hit home and they hit home runs, but like it feels pretty competent for the most part, and we're getting some pretty cool matches out of it. We're getting So, I don't know. Just some conspiracy theory thoughts. I don't doubt that there's issues, but maybe everything's being purposely blown out of proportion to all these outlets.
Do you think they're leaning too much on these work shoot angles?
Absolutely. Way too much. Especially in promos, especially it's just getting too insider, and that screams like that's the late 90s stuff in WCW and WWF I didn't like. Again, that's the Bret Shawn stuff. That's every Kevin Nash promo ever. It just gets out of control, and the fans can't follow along because we want to watch. I want to watch a fucking TV show. I want to watch a wrestling show. I don't give a shit if Eddie Kingston pie-faced Sammy Guevara because he called him fat. Like,
okay, I have a question. I don't understand the expression pie face.
Just shoving your hand in his face and like you would hit him with a pie.
I mean, I understood that it was an expression. I just knew it was an expression I wasn't familiar with.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of what I was picturing, but I wasn't fully there. Okay, that makes sense.
So all right. Let's just go over the All Out card that we got so far, eh?
Okay, I have things to say about the All Out card. I just want to say, I totally called that the women's match was going to be a 4-way match.
Well, not in the way you thought it would be.
No, obviously. But I think they were going to do a 4-way no matter what. And I
don't think they were.
I do. I mean, that's what I said last time on the podcast. And then I also called that it was going to be the Acclaimed versus Irvin Our Glory for the tag titles. So I'm just, brushing my collar for those
okay
calls.
I guess we'll find out what's more on the 0 hour buy-in in time. I'm sure there'll be more matches announced, but that Ishii Kingston match is pretty cool.
They literally just announced that a buy-in was happening, or 0 hour, excuse me.
Okay, so let's go through.
And then, yeah.
Let's go through. I just have the cage match one lit up. I'll just go from top to bottom here. AW World Trios Title Tournament Final Round. I think we already spoke about that, eh?
We did.
Okay.
Hang on. Sorry, one more thing before we go on to previewing All Out. We didn't even talk about the Jon Moxley squash match.
That'll be included with the title match part.
Okay.
Yeah. Casino ladder match. Do you think it matters?
No, unless I think there's a Joker. So that might matter.
I think it should just be all Ring of Honor dudes.
Oh, that would be fun.
I think that'd be a cool, theme to the match.
Would you count Brian Cage as a Ring of Honor dude at this point?
I would. Absolutely.
Does Tony Khan remember that he has Brian Cage on a contract?
I understand if he forgets, though.
Okay, I feel so bad for Brian Cage, not just because he's kind of lost in the AEW Ring of Honor shuffle, but I feel like he's just like a man out of time. I feel like he could have been the guy, I don't know, 10 years ago, like looking like that and with his moveset and all that stuff, WWE. He seemed like a WWE guy through and through, right?
He's too short, though.
He's not that tall.
Short, quote unquote.
He's not that tall. But yeah, I just think he's just somehow unfortunately the chips didn't fall in his favor somehow. He's incredibly talented. His physique is I can't even with his I don't understand how a person even gets to that point, starts getting to that point. Like, we did an interview with Chris Van Vliet, and Chris Van Vliet is like, okay, and Chris Van Vliet is fit, right? Like, he works out, he's pretty cut. Chris Van Vliet goes, how long would it take me to look like you? And Brian Cage says, 10 years. 10 years. Like, I do not understand that level of dedication towards anything. So
it's wild. All right, so Casino ladder match, take it or leave it for now. I guess we'll have a stronger opinion coming out of that match. This one's really cool, although I have a strong opinion on it. It's Jay Lethal and the Motor City Machine Guns against FTR and Wardlow.
I love the Motor City Machine Guns so much, which is weird because I'm, again, a relatively new fan, but I must have picked up on them at some point. And then plus Alex Shelley had this whole renaissance as a single star coming back after several years out of the business. So Alex Shelley in particular has been, I've just been a huge fan of his, especially since his re-emergence. I'm sad it's not Motor City Machine Guns versus FTR 2-on-2.
Aha. Okay.
And
so I'm glad you brought that up.
Let me just finish my thought on this match. I'm also really sad that Wardlow is relegated to being a third man in a non-consequential trios match when he was so over coming out of the MJF feud, has this title. And I mean, I don't think the TNT title needs to be defended on every pay-per-view. I don't think it needs to be defended on pay-per-views at all, but I feel like he could be put in a bigger spot too. But yeah.
Here's my strong opinion over this.
Okay.
Swerve in Our Glory. I love the Acclaimed. Everyone loves the Acclaimed. However, we need these tag titles to mean something again, because they really feel, you said it in the last podcast, they feel kind of second fiddle, and I thought, I'll give them time to see what they do for this pay-per-view. This feels like a prelim match with Swerve in Our Glory and the Acclaimed. I truly feel that FTR should be in this match against Swerve in Our Glory. Just for the AEW tag titles.
That's another way they could have gone, and I didn't think of that other than what I said on the last podcast about the tag titles not meaning anything right now.
And I go on because I'm kind of making these two matches kind of go together.
Okay.
And the winners of that match, I don't care which way you go with them, Motor City Machine Guns comes out and challenges them at the end of the match.
Yeah. Why not?
And then you got a big-ass TV match built up immediately. That would be cool.
Yeah. That would be very cool. I'm assuming whatever happens with the trios match, the FTR Motor City Machine Guns trios match, I'm assuming whatever the result there, it will lead to a 2-on-2 match between those two teams, I hope. But maybe not. Maybe we won't need it after having already seen them in the ring together. Maybe it will have lost its luster. Yeah. I don't know.
Instead, it sure feels like this trios match we're getting here, the winners are going to challenge the trios winners. Trios title winners.
Maybe, but they're like...
Or not.
60 other trios teams on the roster. So why are you putting together even more trios teams?
Because we just had a tournament and you'll get your first challengers out of this. So it's a new matchup. Yeah. I think it's making it overly complicated personally, but my last strongest thought on this is the Wardlow Jay Lethal dynamic. They did already do the match. That's not like, I kind of like that match. Didn't have an issue with it. Samoa Joe has been filming a television show, but you also have people like Andrade, Malachi Black, Miro, a host of other like big name upper mid card guys trying to break into this pay-per-view. Darby Allin, who's not on this.
Oh yeah, wow.
Wardlow, and I said this at the time, got fucking cheated. And me as a fan got fucking cheated at Double or Nothing from his match. And him going through the summer, kind of, I wouldn't say spinning the wheels because he still feels kind of hot, but he missed out on a big pay-per-view match because of all that nonsense. And they should have been booking this man to be in some big upper mid-card TNT title match on this show.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, drama. I don't need it. I need manufactured drama. I don't need real drama.
Like, you can have all the real drama. That's fine, I guess, but it's bleeding too much. And anyways, the point is, I think there were ways that they should have gone for this pay-per-view in other directions to appease my fandom. But that said, this trios match is going to be awesome, and I think the World Tag Team title match is going to be good regardless. So it's not like I hate the ideas. I'm just perplexed on why we've gotten to this point and why we're doing this sort of match at arguably their biggest pay-per-view of the year.
Yeah, I'm very confused about the whole card and the build. The whole card or the lack thereof.
Yeah, it looks like a good card, but the matches are kind of like weirdly hodgepodge.
I'm wondering if so we know or we've heard Tony Khan had his first 3 or 4 champions picked out like before the company even started, and so he knew the storylines that were going to go around those. Did he like forget that he needed to keep coming up with ideas after Hangman won the belt?
I think a lot. Yeah, I think a lot of it has been. I think a lot of it has been handcuffed or at least struck down a little bit because of the injury-riddled summer, and he didn't know how to recover from that.
Yeah, that's fair. And who could have foreseen the number and level of injuries that?
The thing is, the roster is deep enough.
Yes, exactly.
I still think he did fine.
Yeah, it's just so weird. Like, we are hitting the road tomorrow to get to the Chicago area, and I don't even know what I'm that excited to see at the Now Arena. I don't. I guess I'm hoping tomorrow night's Dynamite helps. I'm sad that we won't be there for Dynamite, but I have to work all day tomorrow, so we weren't gonna make it. We will be there for Rampage. And then I'll be going to the AW Heels meetup, which is Saturday. It's concurrent with the GCW War Games thing. So I'm just going to go to Heels for the first hour and then head over to GCW so I can make that close to the start time. Let's finish talking about the card, and then I'll tell you about my weekend.
Jade Cargill versus Athena, TBS title.
I feel like this should have happened 3 months ago.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know why they waited.
Because they wanted a pay-per-view match for Jade Cargill, but
they could have done it on the last pay-per-view.
Sure, yeah.
Nina was there.
Yeah, I agree. Instead, they did what they did. Anyways.
Yeah. Dumb.
Athena could win. Athena could lose. I like Jade Cargill as champion. I'm okay if she retains and holds this title for another year. She's awesome.
I do think she's awesome, but I also think she's devaluing the world title. Oh.
Well, whose fault is that?
It's not her fault.
That's Sandbag and Thunder Rosa over there. That's whose fault it is.
It is not Jade's fault. I love Jade in this position, but I think maybe they need to correct their booking mistakes and maybe take the title off her. She's going to look strong no matter what. She's going to be a badass and be a star no matter what. I don't know. I think they should have done that match 3 months ago.
I think the match should have been done 3 months ago. The result I'm indifferent to. I'm leading Jade Cargill. Should just hold this thing forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
The Chris Statlander injury really put a dent in my ideas.
Yes.
Bryan Danielson, Chris Jericho should be cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
What'd you think of Danielson Garcia, the 2 out of 3 falls match?
Ooh, boy. Ooh, I got thoughts on this
so
one.
You hated it. Yeah, I understand. You don't like sports entertainment. Danielson hits too stiff. I know. You hate it all.
Okay. I am just reflecting on Daniel Garcia's year and my year of being a Daniel Garcia fan.
Are you saying you're a mark?
I'm a mark for Dan. No, okay.
A mark for Dan.
I may have known who he was, may have seen a couple of his matches before this time last year, but I don't recall at this moment. What I can tell you is I saw him live in person for the first time All Out weekend in Chicago at AAW Pro. He was against the returning Davey Richards. That was Davey Richards' first match back.
Okay.
Oh, here's what it is. Okay, I was already on the Daniel Garcia bandwagon at this point. Maybe just from watching him on IWTV. my partner didn't catch the bug the same way I did, didn't bite completely until he saw Garcia versus Davey Richards live at Logan Square Auditorium. So, and that, like I said, that was All Out weekend last year. And since then, we had the 60-minute Ironman match against Yuta. Actually, that might have even been before. No, now I'm getting my timelines crossed. Anyway, I was already on the bandwagon. Jason hopped aboard All Out weekend last year, and we've just been huge fans of his and waiting to see what he was going to do on the big stage. And now he has main evented more AEW shows in 2022 than anyone else, I believe.
I made the joke a while ago that Daniel Garcia has more main events than all the women's matches on any show.
I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does.
A joked fact.
But he deserves it. He's unbelievable.
He's earned it. He's earned the position.
He has earned it, yes.
I don't like the word deserved mostly because no one deserves anything in this despair-filled world.
He has done
everything.
The work. He has done the work, and that's what I say on Twitter too. I always say you earned it, but yeah, man, wow, it
was a good fucking match. It's a good fucking match.
Yeah,
I like the storyline here between Jericho and Danielson and the whole Combat Club and Appreciation Society towards one Chris Jericho. It's all been just home run stuff to me all year. I love it.
So not only was so let's go
I think
back
the
to
winner of this match should be Danielson, and he should challenge the winner for the world title.
Yes, I'm great with that.
Which means Jericho, and he should win. I agree, Ricky. I love the way your mind thinks sometimes. Very good stuff. Why isn't your face agreeing with the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Listeners, I wish you could see what my face looked like right now. I was smiling so huge talking about Daniel Garcia, and I was ready to say what a great job he did in the post-match promo as well as the quality of the match. And JD just swoops in and says some bullshit about how Jericho should be the next AEW champion.
He should be. He got screwed at Quake by the Lake. Screwed by that interim fraud, John Moxley.
Wow. Wow.
Ref should have absolutely have called that submission. He was in it for so long that he should have just said, you can't escape. You're done. Over. New champion during the commercial. They should have done that. They really... Okay. Anyways, moving on. Christian Cage against the Jungle Man. Should be good.
Yeah, I don't care.
Why?
It's gone on too long. Don't care.
Well, I don't agree with that. I like it.
I don't care. I like...
Is it because Jungle Boy can't do a promo?
They're getting better. They're getting a lot better.
Okay, so it's not that. Just too long. A lot of things prolonged, eh? Fair enough. I would have liked to see Jungle Boy have... I think he was injured, though, for a little bit. Regardless of the situation, I would have liked to see Jungle Boy have some trials and tribulations, some trials of Jericho, if you will, to get to Christian Cage, to get him to sign the contract, some dirty heel thing. No, these
wrong.
Everything revolves around Chris Jericho, whether you like it or not.
No, that's horrible. But one thing I actually am looking forward to seeing what happens with Christian versus Jungle Boy is where does Luchasaurus, where do his loyalties actually lie? Because I think we're gonna see like a triple swerve or something. Maybe. I mean, he headbutted Pat Buck.
Well, I mean, you see that redhead? It's kind of a target.
I love Pet Buck.
It's like a bull. It's like a bull seeing red. You just gotta hit him.
Do not touch my Pet Buck.
Powerhouse Hobbs versus Ricky Starks.
Okay.
This is
going to be phenomenal. The build has been great. They're both great. Fight me, but I think if anyone is quote unquote the next The Rock, is Ricky Starks. He is I mean, obviously he's not built that way, but holy moly, can he do it all?
I think, and I want some fucking challenges in this company. Like, my God. I want people to fight people to be better than them. Like, if Christian Cage beats Jungle Boy by hook or by crook or whatever, then Ricky Starks win this one, and I want him to get on that mic and go, you know what? I just saw Christian Cage beat Jungle Boy. That was bullshit. I challenge you on Dynamite on Wednesday. Like, that kind of shit. I want to see challenges, laying it down. If Bryan Danielson comes out and beats Chris Jericho, fingers crossed that doesn't happen, I want Hangman Page coming out and saying, I want to fight the guy, and the winner will get the champion. Like, let's make these things matter just a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that'll give me more direction as a fan to, like, invest in and root for people harder. Okay, we already talked about Swerve and Our Glory Acclaimed. Good match, but probably should have gone different directions. Sheeta, Storm, the amazing, the phenomenal Dr. DMD Britt Baker, the savior of the women's division, some say, and Jamie Hayter, in a four-way.
Are you calling her the Stephanie McMahon of AEW?
I would never say such a thing. I would not do that. We all know that's Brandy Rose.
Did she save women's wrestling? She create women's wrestling?
I didn't say she was the creator. I said the savior. And since Brandy has taken her ball and gone home, disappointing the millions of AEW fans worldwide, it is up now to Britt Baker to save this women's division from the sandbagging, no-selling, injury-riddled Thunder Rosa. Or Hikaru Shida could also win and add to her title collection. That's also an option, I guess. You know. What do you think?
I don't know.
I think this match is going to be better than what we would have gotten.
I agree. Yes, the inclusion of Sheeta is there for sure. The Sheeta Emi Sakura wave title match on Dark was very, very good.
It's pretty fucking cool, right?
Yeah.
It's like the best 7-minute match you'll watch all year.
I'm sad it didn't make it to TV, but they are building to a pay-per-view, so
I thought that was a good spot for
timing. But yeah, it was the main event, so that was cool. Sorry, I'm just high on Sheeta. Sheeta is, man, she's got that killer instinct right now. She is really, really bringing it.
So here's what I loved about that match on Dark. First of all, no commercial interruption, so we got to see the whole thing uninterrupted. Yep. They got to pull off as much as they could in 7 minutes and make a story of it. It had fire. It had intensity to it, which is great. And this is what I love about people like Emi Sakura and Sheeta as well, is when it's a big match, no matter how long it is, they always try to do something unique. And they try to bust out something that at least you'll remember they did that for this match. And there's a lot of like Joshi veterans that they just have their thing, and no matter the main event, they just do the thing, and it's easily forgettable the next day. And there's no there's no charisma to it all. It's very soulless, very bland. And what we didn't get in this match was bland, because Sheeta's like ripping off her shirt, like you hear the crowd go, whoa, and she's like, slap my chest, like it's further exposed.
Yeah. Oh my God. I've never seen that before. So there was a match last year in
Ice Ribbon, which Excalibur on commentary was plugging the hell out of this company. Okay. And Wave, which is the title Sheeta has. And there was a match last year in Ice Ribbon of Tsukasa Fujimoto, Sheeta's longtime like friend and tag partner. They like trained together and debuted together essentially. There was a match where Tsukasa was against another wrestler where she was like chop heavy. She throws hard chops, and Tsukasa ends up getting her shirt, like the top shirt, just like Shida, like ripped off by her opponent to further expose the chest and get chopped further. It was like this really rad moment in the match that really gets your blood pumping, and Shida was like, "All right, bitch, give me your best shot." And Emi answered that. I mean, they were doing like quick apron bumps. Emi Sakura, at her age, busting out a moonsault, of all things. Like she used to be, she used to do like 450 splashes as her finisher, and she can't do that anymore. But she can do a fucking moonsault, which just shocked the hell out of me. And that's what made the match like so memorable. It's one of the better women's matches in AEW all year, and it was just 7 minutes, and I was just really impressed and happy with it all.
Yeah, it was great.
And that, in a way, built up Shida to get into the spot. Just a nice little story on Dark and whatnot. I thought it was pretty cool. That's been going on like all August with Shida and Emi on Dark.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that was only this. They said they've met before that night. They had met 7 times in singles competition, and Shida had only won once. So,
and that was just earlier in the month.
So that was great stuff. Great stuff. Glad to see Shida in this role. I really miss her as champ. She didn't get a great run with the belt because of the pandemic. But man, yeah, this is gonna be a barn burner, slobber knocker, whatever you want.
Don't you dare use JR phrases here.
It's gonna be a good match. It's gonna be a really good match. I'm really looking forward to it.
And our likely main event, Punk Moxley, world title, coming off the heels of the shocking decision of Moxley squashing CM Scrub in Ohio in like 3 minutes. Mr. My ankle's fine, I'm coming back, got a little cocky and couldn't get the job done. Oh, his foot hurts, boo-hoo. Well, Moxley, it's his time now. And he's going to go into Chicago, and obviously he's going to whoop that ass in front of the Blackhawks fans. And that'll bring me joy. Obviously, right? Yeah? No? Yes? Of course, that's going to happen, right?
I honestly don't know. Honestly, do not know. I thought Punk dropping the belt to Moxley in that manner was really good storytelling. It swerved all of us. None of us were, like I said before, like I think everybody was 100% certain that Punk was taking that belt. So when AEW does something like this, I love it.
They gave us a world title match clean without giving us the world title match. And now I'm personally salivating at the fact that Punk is going to have to like tape his weak ass ankle up, put the ice skate on, and go out for 20 minutes of ice time against Moxley, who's probably just going to goon him up. And I predict he's going to win because CM Scrub don't got it. Ha 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 ha.
Maybe.
I'm fanboying here a little bit on this match.
Maybe. I honestly cannot figure it out. I like Punk. I like Moxley. I love Moxley as champ. I love giving him the opportunity to do with that belt he wasn't able to do again during the pandemic.
Yeah, we all like it. Everyone's saying it. Everyone's saying it like that too. And here comes CM Dickhead to ruin it all.
I like CM Punk on the pay-per-view in Chicago. I don't know that I like him getting a title rematch right away. I don't like him getting a title rematch right away. It's never happened before, ever. You lose the title, you fall down the card, you build yourself back up, get another shot at the title.
So
I don't
then
know.
what would you prefer?
I don't know. I wouldn't. I liked the storytelling.
I've heard this thrown around.
Okay.
MJF.
Yeah.
Finally come back. They use the contract storyline for him to come back, where he's guaranteed like a world title shot.
Okay.
Him versus Moxley. And he just straight up wins. And then that sets up CM Punk, MJF again. There's a lot of like theories surrounding MJF here, and I can't say I don't hate it. It's just that it's less than a week out from the pay-per-view. I think that's what rubs me the wrong way.
That's what's bugging me about this pay-per-view. I don't know.
It's very hodgepodgey. That's the word I've been using.
Yeah.
It feels that way. And what's weird is no one's saying the card's bad. It's just not what we're invested in.
I guess this is what we were saying leading up to Forbidden Door too, and that ended up being one of the best pay-per-views of the
Exactly. We're all just like, we want these builds to be better, make the TV better, and then when we watch the show, it's like, yeah, okay, fucking great show. Not arguing that.
Yeah. I guess also All Out 21 sets such a high bar. I don't think any other pay-per-view. What, do you disagree that it was like not like a top 10 pay-per-view?
I don't think the comparison of just last year is like on people's minds.
It's on my mind because I was there.
Well.
So, and I'm going again. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fair. Well, I guess we're gonna find out. I'm looking forward to it.
I think the go home Dynamite will help. I do think MJF will factor somehow.
He's got to come back at some point.
Yeah, he's got to come back. I mean, there are a lot of other injury people that might be back too. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have answers. I'm also not a very good fantasy booker. So
I avoid the fantasy booking. I kind of just roll things into the storylines being presented and just kind of like why I don't like it and then offer an alternative.
Yeah.
That's kind of my move. But I guess with that, we can just quickly go over some New Japan, right?
We can go over some New Japan. I don't have anything to add to the conversation, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I can fill it in for you.
I've been traveling, like I said, and because we've been doing family time. Oh, and we all got COVID. So it's been a really...
Not this guy.
Yeah, I don't know how you... I mean, I figured I picked it up at Beyond. I guess we could have picked it up on the road.
Well, I was clearly protected by my sweet Maki Ito jersey I bought.
That must have done it.
That had to be the reason.
That must have done it.
You and your partner weren't wearing Maki Ito jerseys.
No. It was so hot. It was so hot. Anyway, yeah, there hasn't been a lot of like downtime or hobby time or anything for me in the past 2 weeks. So I unfortunately haven't been able to go back and watch the New Japan. I did read the results and some of the reactions, but I would love to hear yours.
Okay, so I'm going to play Will Ospreay's old music because this band is going to be a big focus here.
Yeah.
Playing the music. Okay, so one thing I'd like to do on this podcast a lot more going forward, and hear me out, You ready?
Eddie, listening.
And it has been a suggestion from a few fans.
Okay. Do we have fans?
We do.
Ow.
Yeah. Is which wrestlers are just better than like other wrestlers? Instead of like fantasy booking and what goes on Twitter, and I avoid Twitter talk like the plague on this podcast, unless there's an actual discussion to be had. But with the G1, it really kind of sparked my mind into thinking like, who's better, who's coming into positions, who should be in a position because I think they are better. And so the last 3 days of the G1, I thought were really good. Like, excellent stuff. This is what the G1 was missing for me the entire tournament. I did not like the 4-block format. I did not like most of the shows on tour of the G1. It felt like I was just meant to watch the main event. Everything felt the same. We've come on here for the past month, just like more or less burying the G1, essentially.
Yeah.
And then these last 3 nights happened, and I will give full credit where credit's due here. Because of the block formats and the way the schedule was structured, I thought it led to an excellent amount of drama on that third to last night. Okay. So, for example, the way it was set up was they opened the show and you had your 2 D block matches. Then you had your C, then you had your B, and then you had your A. And depending what would happen in those said matches made the second one more or less dependent on that previous result. So the winner of the Will Ospreay Juice Robinson really affected how Shingo El Phantasmo would go, right?
Okay.
And they were playing up like the 7-way tie, or if Ospreay won, then Shingo would have to win to win the block on tiebreakers. So the point-wise and drama-wise, I thought made it fantastic. Okay? I thought Will Ospreay Robinson was good. I gave it like 2 out of 3. Phantasmo Takagi was good. I went 3 out of 3. Evil Goto, that's an evil match, so I absolutely skipped it. Don't worry about that part. But he beat Goto as expected. And then Naito Zack Sabre Jr. was a phenomenal, like, flash squash. It was Naito essentially faking out a Destino into a roll-up to get Zack Sabre Jr. And Zack had like this 10-minute tirade of being pissed off like a child. And there was a great moment I clipped where Naito's berating this dude and egging him on, and he throws an ice pack at him, and Sabre was like hitting shit with a chair, and then he hits it like a baseball as Naito like threw it like a pitch. And he's just, as soon as he like hits it, he realizes like what he's done and been made a fool. He gets even further mad, and it just continues. So good. And so Naito won the block there. Ishii Shinada was just a very solid match. That was built on the fact that Ishii had only 2 points. He'd won like 1 match prior. So it's like, well, he has to win to kind of stay in the tournament next year, if he even gets into it. The Tama Tonga Jay White was a good spoiler match. I always like those in tournaments. Tama Tonga, I thought, really brought it for the most part. And how old is Tama Tonga? I know he's not like young. He is. He's 39.
Getting near. Yeah.
Yeah. If this is the direction for Tonga for 2 to 3 years, I think I'm pretty good with it. I do believe if a guy is over, and I truly do think he is over with the New Japan audience over there, that you can push the guy and get him into interesting matchups. And him against Jay White and Okada, I thought really elevated him to get to that next level.
I've been loving his face run recently. I love it.
Yeah, he's finally kind of broken out of the bottom part of Bullet Club kind of deal.
Yeah.
Jonah Bad Luck Fale, 9 minutes. It's like a 3-star match. It's fine. Bad Luck Fale sucks. But This is what I was saying. Now WWE is saying they're going to come after Jonah. There's like heavy interest.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what
we
I
talked about that too. Yeah.
Talked about that last podcast. And Okada Archer, I thought was great, where Archer just essentially beat the shit out of this guy for 12 minutes, and then Okada got away with one.
I'm really grateful that Lance Archer got some shine in AEW, but I would not be surprised if AEW doesn't or he doesn't renew his contract and he just stays in Japan.
He could do that. He could. I definitely prefer him in the New Japan environment, for sure.
Right. I love the way New Japan fans react to Lance Archer. It's just the best, and you just don't see that same
big fat scary gaijins. They get over in Japan.
Yeah, and it's not the same here. There's lots of big dudes in the States,
right?
It's just not the same. I just love their reactions to him and his interactions with them, whether he's wrestling heel or face. He's just knows his audience, and I think he's
right. And that was at Budokan. It got 3,200 people there, and then they went the next night as well, got just under 3,200. I have to imagine a lot of people walked up when they saw the final, which was Ospreay, or the main event, which was Ospreay Naito, that they were going to get a big first-time matchup. So I think without that matchup, they would have gotten even less, which kind of speaks to the struggles of New Japan in these bigger shows the last couple of years. But as for the semifinals themselves, Okada Tonga, I already kind of touched on that. I thought it was excellent. And then Ospreay Naito was like my New Japan match of the year up until the finals the next day. I adored this match. It was like just the level of rawness that I like, where they're like just messing up, where it's like, they don't know what they're going to do yet. And just a super high level of difficulties to a lot of things that they were doing. And I really liked Ospreay winning, because I was so convinced that Naito was going to win this whole thing. And Naito fans in the mud, you love to see it.
Yeah, we were sure this was Naito's tournament.
Yeah, so that led to Ospreay Okada, a rematch of Wrestle Kingdom, which when I thought about that over instead of like another Naito Okada, like I was way more into Ospreay Okada. And that did not disappoint because they got 6,700 people to the show with that Ospreay Okada thing. So I think that is an equivalent or at least flat comparison to, I think it's like the 2018 G1 Finals. Something along those lines. I can't quite remember the year. I want to say it was Tanahashi in that. But the point is, like, I think this was a good number and a good sign that they do still have guys that can actually like draw a big house. I would have liked to see a little bit more angles of consequence throughout the show. They did do a lot of storytelling. I'm not saying that they didn't. Just not enough substance to it all, which that has also been lacking to me in New Japan for quite some time. But the Okada Ospreay match is like, I mean, it's my match of the year. It's without question. I think let's see. It has a 9.62 on Cage Match right now. It's absolutely insane.
Wow.
That's insanity. I liked it more than the Wrestle Kingdom match. And doing matches like this and doing the Will Ospreay storytelling that he just simply can't beat Okada clean, asterisk.
Right.
And how much that meant to him. And I loved the camera work throughout the match. I loved just the storytelling of Ospreay. A lot of it had to do with that post-match promo he did at the end of the night before, after he beat Naito, where he went over, he has to beat Okada, he has to win this G1, he has to essentially fill the shoes of Kenny Omega, which is bleeding over into storyline on Dynamite. he goes and he goes on like other people have beaten Okada, AJ Styles, Omega. Why can't I? And in the match, he's channeling all of those dudes' moves to try to beat him because now he's unsure with himself, or now it's like a complex that he just can't beat this guy with his own stuff. So he has to use other people. He used the high fly flow of Tanahashi. He used the and some people say it's over dramatic, and I was like, well, depends on how you use it. And I think he used it great here because after he hit the Styles Clash, which is a huge protected move in Japan, that's very over. And my God, when he hit that V trigger and then he signaled for the One Winged Angel, the second he put Okada up on his shoulders, the crowd just goes, ah!
Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to watch it.
It's like that. So usually in Japan, at least from what I could tell, is when someone leaves Japan, it's out of sight, out of mind. Unless you're a person like Nakamura or Asuka / Kana to an extent.
Right.
In this case, Omega, you would think would be out of sight, out of mind, but this also shows how over this man was in Japan. He spoke the native language. He got to that level. He's the best bout machine. He had the remarkable rivalry with Okada and Naito. Ospreay's filling his shoes, and he's over with this New Japan crowd. It's still hard for me to tell if he's over to the extent of Omega. I think that's kind of hard because Ospreay doesn't speak Japanese. Because when you try to speak the domestic audience's language, that gets you over a lot more. But from the match standpoint and being like the top gaijin, Ospreay has done a phenomenal job, and I'm really at the point for the past, I would say 7 years, Omega has entered my, greatest male wrestler of all time list, at least in my fandom. You know, it's like Bret Hart, Chris Jericho, Kenny Omega, and now I'm like, is it Will Ospreay now? And where do I fit him in? Because since about 2018, I think this guy has been a top 5 dude in the world. Right? Every time I watch this guy, I am just in awe of what he's able to do in the ring and how he's able to do it and how he's able to put it together. And he's just a completely different wrestler than Kenny Omega, completely different mindset, but they're putting on things that make me feel emotionally connected to their matches, right?
They make you feel things.
Right. And for my fandom, that's kind of rare. Like when I watch an Okada match, I just think he's fucking good, right?
Right.
I get more out of Naito matches than Okada personally, for example. So I'm now I'm racking my head. Do I think obviously it's different eras and different personalities, but Ospreay and Omega are so tied together with where they've been and how they've come up, that I just can't help but compare the two all the time.
Oh yeah, they're going to be linked like that for the rest of their careers.
I thought I was watching history with Omega becoming, this Hall of Famer that he is. And if Ospreay breaks his neck tomorrow, I think this dude, and he can never wrestle again, I think this dude's also a Hall of Famer. With what he's done. He's incredible. He's been on the biggest stages. He's put on the biggest matches. He has these phenomenal storylines with Shingo Takagi, who's, I guess, another guy I could probably put up there on my top list ever, for sure. But I think Ospreay's even surpassed Takagi in my mind. And I really like Shingo. A lot. I
agree. What I find fascinating with Ospreay is the way his moveset has changed drastically when he bulked up and joined the heavyweights, right? He's still able to, he still does a lot of the stuff he used to do when he was a little lighter. And the stuff that he can't do, he makes up for with new stuff. He's just so inventive.
Well, I spoke about in like the Emi Sakura Shida match, like the ability to evolve and do something to make your matches unique and memorable.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, the best of the best do that. They go out of their way to do that. They give off an aura to the fandom that you have to see these people go. Like when Ospreay came to GCW, the second his name was announced, like, I'm going to a GCW show. And I saw him face a teenager, and I thought it was fucking great.
It was an incredible match.
Right? I've seen Omega live. I've seen Ospreay live. I've seen Bret Hart live. I've seen Jericho live. And like, I haven't seen Shingo live, so maybe that's what's holding it back with me. But these are the guys I'm comparing to now. And this G1 final, like, I found myself devastated that Ospreay didn't win. Like, I'm behind this guy.
Right?
We're watching history. I was listening to One Nation Radio, and they brought up a phenomenal point.
Okay.
Okay, and if you've never listened to these guys, they're great. I can't recommend them enough. They go over AEW, New Japan, Stardom, and they're always willing to like learn, and that's very important. And the point that they brought up on one of their more recent episodes was, too often a generation will get hung up in the past, and nothing can surpass the past. And when you get hung up like that, you forget to embrace the present in what you're viewing. And right now, and I don't care what sport you're watching, whether it's the Avalanche winning the Stanley Cup for the first time in 20 years, my Utah Jazz just blowing every playoff chance they can get year over year. Like, do I think anyone's ever going to be better than like John Stockton as a point guard? Sure. I'm sure someone will eventually. It hasn't happened yet from his style, but in terms of like wrestling, when it comes to Will Ospreay, and we're seeing the tail end of Kenny Omega and those G1 runs he had, the Wrestle Kingdom, the Okada matches, the Naito matches, the Ibushi matches.
Yeah.
There's still more Omega has to give, but we're on the tail end of these things. And so right now we're seeing history being made with Ospreay. And I'm just like really appreciating like what he's bringing.
I couldn't agree more. Ospreay he's again one of the wrestlers that brought me in when I was an early new fan. Ospreay Ricochet in the WCPW World Cup is probably the match that like sold me on wrestling.
Was that the one the turnbuckle broke on him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
sure
remember
is.
that one.
Sure is.
Like Ospreay has always told, like from the start in the British indie scene with like Progress and Jimmy Havoc, from an early start, he was immensely immersed in just these deep storylines, and that's really helped himself evolve as a wrestler. This man just continues to evolve, and that's so important, because what's worse, watching the degradation of a wrestler where you just see the same thing over and over again, or just plain staleness?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Because the degradation, I'm kind of thinking of like from a like age and injury standpoint, where they're still doing the same thing and then they're just deteriorating physically, which happens to every athlete you will ever see ever.
Yeah.
You know, I'm watching Pujols hit his like 694th home run yesterday, and yeah, the man can still hit for power. He's got a new fire in him back in St. Louis, even though I boo the Cardinals every day. He's running the bases, and he looks like an old man.
Old guy.
He is hurting. And we're really seeing the end of one of the greatest baseball players I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. But then I guess you do what Jericho's done. And
world revolves around the man. I'm glad you've come around.
And Listeners, you should have seen my face when I said that. I rolled my eyes like 3 times, shook my head. But yeah, you do it differently. You do something new, you reinvent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you work around those issues. You said something, sorry to derail just a little bit. I don't know what the contract situation is anymore, but is there any chance Ibushi is the Joker in the ladder match at All Out?
I don't know when his contract's set to expire. According to him in the New Japan press conference, he signed a lifetime deal, after all.
Everything's fine. Ibushi's fine. New Japan is fine. I don't believe that for one fucking minute. I don't believe it. They're all telling different stories. So, just a thought. I mean, I'm not going to hang my hat on it because I don't want to get myself worked into a shoot. But
I don't think Ibushi's showing up.
I don't really either. But
New Japan contracts are generally structured around just after Wrestle Kingdom, anyways.
True. That's true.
So that'd be my guess.
Just a thought.
All right. So yeah, definitely watch the semifinal main event, Ospreay Naito and Ospreay Okada. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the next podcast.
They're on
if you
my
can.
radar. I'll try to get to them by the next one. Yeah. It should be time.
So we're getting Ospreay Omega in the ring on Dynamite tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm salivating. We're getting Jericho in the ring. We're getting 3 of like my top 5 favorite guys and who I think are the best wrestlers of all time on the same show.
I know. Again, I am super, super bummed that we couldn't make it in time for Dynamite. We had tickets for Dynamite because we ended up buying the combo.
Yeah, the trios pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But work wouldn't let me off work tomorrow.
Damn.
So, which is another story. But
you're still seeing All Out,
the plan is we're still seeing All Out. So the plan is we are leaving Massachusetts after work tomorrow just to get a couple hours on the road tomorrow night because from my sister's house to the suburbs where All Out is about 16 hours. So even if we get so last year we did it in a straight shot. But we went to downtown Chicago first.
Yeah, so that's like 8 and 8, 2 days.
15. Yeah, we don't do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave tomorrow night, Wednesday, the 31st. Hopefully no later than 8 p.m. Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to try to get 3 or 4 hours on the road just to get a jump start.
Sure.
And that way Friday we only have to do 12-ish. So if we leave wherever we end up Wednesday night, if we leave Thursday morning around 7 a.m., so it's not the ass crack of dawn, if we can leave by 7 with a couple stops, we should hopefully, and a time change, we should still hopefully be in our hotel because we're going to gain an hour.
Yep.
So we'll hopefully be at our hotel by like 8:30.
I look forward to hearing your live thoughts in a couple weeks over what All Out was like.
So I don't think we're going to get to Chicago in time to go to the AAW Pro show this year, which is, I'm so bummed. It's Thursday night. And the past 2 times we've been in Chicago for All Out, AAW has been highlight of the weekend. The card looks great.
It's one of the better. That's one of the better Midwest indies too.
It is, and I'm sad that we can't get there. They put on a great show. I would consider that venue like an iconic indie venue. When you see it on your TV, you know exactly where they are. It's an auditorium very similar to the White Eagle. Actually, it's up a set of stairs.
I think I've been there before. Actually,
above like a bar or above some sort of like lodge, very similar to the White Eagle, but it's a very like ornate auditorium, whereas the White Eagle is just like wood paneling and stuff. Anyway, I don't think there's any way we're gonna make it there unless we do like, I don't know, like 6 hours tomorrow night, which maybe we will. I have no idea. We're gonna play that one by ear. And Friday night is Rampage, followed by Black Label Pro show featuring, as I said, Billy Starks and Brian Alvarez versus Tom Lawler and Killer Kelly.
You're going to be shocked. Maybe not that shocked, but Brian Alvarez gets a ton of heat just existing in front of these indie crowds.
No.
He does.
No.
Yeah.
Really? No, I know. People love to hate Brian Alvarez. People hate listen to him. I enjoy Brian Alvarez quite a bit.
He's a character of a radio personality.
He's a character, yeah. I enjoy him. So we'll see if we make it there. As they keep adding matches to that card, like I said, we still don't have tickets to that show, but as they keep making announcements for that show, it's going to be harder and harder to say no. So that is Friday. Saturday is AEW Fan Fest, which I think we're skipping. We've never done it before. It's $60 for the day per person. And that's not including meet and greets and stuff. They haven't really announced what the stage shows or anything are going to be. So we might just sleep in on Saturday and take it easy, go to the pool, who knows what else. But Saturday night, like I said, is the AEW Heels
Go party on Michigan Avenue instead. That's what you could do.
It's like an hour from...
come on. Schaumburg's like 35 minutes. Come on.
No, it's like an hour.
No.
It's not Schaumburg. It's not Schaumburg. It's Hoffman Estates, which is a little farther than Schaumburg. I think we're actually going to go downtown Friday and do the Chicago City things on Friday before Rampage. That'll be our day Friday. Saturday will be a lazy day. AW Heels meet up at 7 Central, GCW at 8.
Whew, so that's a busy week.
My boys, I'm traveling with my partner Jason, and then our friend Lonnie is flying into Chicago. He's meeting us. I think he lands like around 8 p.m. Thursday night. He was with us for the 2019 All Out, so we're really excited to reunite as a trio.
Oh, cool.
For the trios tournament. Like it's really kind of perfect that worked out. So the boys will go to GCW on time. I'll show up a little late. I just hope I don't miss like Christian versus Alex Shelley, which was announced recently for that show. Then Sunday morning is Effie's Big Gay Brunch. That's at 11. And doors open for All Out, I believe, at 5
My God,
p.m.
It's like a WrestleMania week you're going to.
Yeah, it's a blast.
Crazy.
Last year we did all of the there is a GCW show Saturday afternoon at like 2 or 3 p.m. I think we're gonna skip that one. It might be another one of those.
Hopefully you don't burn yourself out.
Oh, I know what the afternoon show is, another one in the Settlement series. So since GCW doesn't seem to care about those shows that much, I feel like we don't care about that show.
I wouldn't go to that. Well, okay. Yeah. I'm going to cut you off there.
You got it.
See you next time.
Bye.
Here we go. It is time for the Joshi wrestling reviews here on Red Leaf Retrocast. Let's get right to it. I'm going to try to go through this pretty quick, short and concise thoughts, because honestly, it's been a long podcast. So here we go. Regina DeWave title match. Finally got to see it. I already mentioned my opinions over how they could have come to this decision and various decisions leading up to this point. But Hikaru Shida defeats Yuzo Suzuki. It's a 16.5-minute match. 204 and Shinjuku Face from August 14th. And Hikaru Shida, she is not dogging it. She is not taking any time off. She is not in it for the AEW paycheck because she's at this venue with Suzu Suzuki. There's barely 200 people there for this quote-unquote big title match. And she's taken spider suplexes from Suzu Suzuki, shoot headbutt deals, very, very hot finish with the big jumping knee, huge near falls off the German. But ultimately, Hikaru Shida does put her away, and she puts her away strong, too. That's very important, I noticed. It wasn't just like she hit the Falcon Arrow and pinned her. Not like Hikari Noa or Ibuki Hoshi in Ice Ribbon and TJPW. I went 2 out of 3 on this. It was just shy of the full 3. The environment, the kind of way they went about the beginning was kind of slow. There was definitely an element missing there for me, but definitely a good match. It's even though I rated it lower, it might be one of my favorite Joshi indie matches of the year. I'll have to look at my top 10 and compare to TJPW. Ice Ribbon ran a show. Okay, so here we go. It's the first Sariano title defense. And I gotta go through this because this was something I was very much anticipating, and I was wondering how long it was going to be before it kind of hit a certain point. And I think this is going to be where we're at for Ice Ribbon for the foreseeable future until they can build up some new stars and their roster gets better in ring and perhaps debut more people. Do some storylines, what have you. But in May was the Tsukushi retirement show, Fujimoto hiatus, 861. It was their largest, I think, attendance pre-pandemic. Then in June, for the vacant title, that was Sariano against Yuki Mashiro, they got 563. Above 500, so they're definitely above their status quo they had been doing a little bit. But regardless... it's just par for the course with Ice Ribbon, and the question after that show was, could they maintain that like 400 to 600 range, which is where they had been at for quite some time. And we found out very quickly in July, where it was the quote unquote big tag title match and the Hikaru Shida Ibuki Hoshi match, which I did also enjoy. They got 352 to that one. Now in August here, Sariano's first full title defense, 289. Now, I'm not saying her challenger has all that cred or star power. However, I think this does at least tell us the amount of star power, if you will, Sariano has in the scene. And this is what I talked about in the Nomads reviews and whatnot, and what that venture should be about. And if Sariano was a single star of some capacity, or star at all, you wouldn't be pulling 289 for a title defense for what is still the number 3 Joshi promotion in Japan right now. It's still, that's how bad most of the scene is going. Oz Academy, depending on how you look at it, I guess you can kind of still plate them at number 3, but they're sitting at 4. And then the Stardom actual New Blood and Showcase shows are sitting right behind them, just as an experiment of data collection there that I'm doing. But how was the show in general? I'm just going to go over a few matches of interest here, because really it was just kind of undercard Ice Ribbon stuff that you're used to. There was a Mexico exhibition tournament match. It was Hikari Shimizu defeating Kaho Matsushita, 10 minutes. I like this one. I really want to see more Hikari Shimizu in Stardom, because I feel that that's where she can at least be highlighted in a lot of tag matches, and the way Hatman works in booking and how the Stardom roster works in their own booking, because I'm sure they all kind of talk to each other about these things. I think there's a lot Hikari Shimizu can offer in a promotion like Stardom over doing matches like this all the time. And it's not to say I didn't I'm not saying I hated this match. I actually really like this. I'm really high on Kaho Matsushita. I just think she needs to get some more game in. That's about it. Tei Honma defeats Nao Ishikawa, another Mexico exhibition match, so it's Hikari Shimizu against Tei Honma. I believe Tei Honma wins that match. It's not a shock by any means, just veteran status beats another. Hopefully Nao can stay healthy, is what I can say about that. So these were enjoyable. I wouldn't give them like a recommendation by any means, but if you're into Ice Ribbon, then you kind of already know that I like those matches, and you would like these as well. Stephanie Vacker defeats Ibuki Hoshi by ref decision, and they've been strangely building up the Stephanie Vacker challenge in a very different way, where she shows up. I think she beat Maika Ozaki like right out of the gate. I don't think I'm right about that, but regardless, or did Maika Ozaki beat her? And regardless, Stephanie Vacker beat somebody, then somebody beat her, and that's where I really started questioning that I don't think Tsukasa Fujimoto is booking this promotion anymore. And it sure feels like almost like a committee at sorts, where they're all kind of getting together and just deciding things on the fly. And regardless of that, Stephanie Vacker hits very hard. She's got a lot of personality. I would like to see her in a little bit different gear than just the onesie suit and pants that she's got going on. But she fits so well into the Joshi scene and Ice Ribbon with how she works and her personality. She beats Ibuki Hoshi, so there you go. Another big L for Ibuki. There's really just no protection in this promotion right now. It is straight up just, you're a veteran and you're going over. It's as simple as that. An Infinity title match. Sariano defeats Maika Ozaki, 15 minutes. Cannot recommend this. I can recommend the Ibuki Hoshi Stephanie Vacker match. I gave that 1 out of 3. I think that's the best Ice Ribbon match in months. Possibly since May. That's how down I am on this promotion and how just kind of low level it's gotten. And Sariano Maika Ozaki was exactly what I expected it to be. It was going through a lot of motions. Maika Ozaki is slowly kind of getting the more charisma about her, but her moves are still kind of soulless, just going through the motions. And Sariano playing, she only knows how to get beat up. That's the only quote unquote big match I've seen out of Sariano. I really need to see more. The most fire I've seen from her, and I didn't really see her Actress Girls run. They lay that out there. But in Oz Academy and even on the Nomad show, it's a lot of just her in tags, and she's got a Spitfire personality. In this one, it just looked like they were going to get going here at the 15-minute mark, and we're starting to get some near falls and stuff, but there wasn't even that. It was just Sariano escapes and then gets the bridging pin. So, it existed. Kind of disappointed there. This is just what we've come to expect from Ice Ribbon. It's a promotion that's got to go through a lot of growing pains, and my big critique is they didn't have to be at this point right now. This is something they should have been working on a year and a half, 2 years ago. So then when your group of people leave, or you have your people built up. But regardless, I will go into TJPW now, which I actually have positive things to say about it, actually. What drop am I going to do here? I am going to do... Okay, so TJPW ran an all-women show at Corkin Hall. They drew 500 people. It was called Go Girl 3. 500 attendance, and the attendant. I have given a lot of criticism to TJPW, and this one I'm going to focus on the positive, because despite my thoughts and how they're going about things, there is a definite growth to the promotion that should be talked about in a positive manner, because if we're comparing them directly to Stardom, then it's a losing effort. Okay, TJPW is a roster grown from within with their own wrestlers, and they're going about things very differently. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, in their case, there's a lot of good to it, and the good parts is why they have the growth the way they do. There was an article that came out. You could read about it in the Observer. I actually found the original source, and I posted on Twitter at BowlingJD. Is TJPW is the 6th ranked promotion in Japan right now, like overall, including men. They're by far and away the number 2 Joshi promotion, which was never the case in years prior. And as a direct comparison of how much ahead they are to even the pack, they have almost 8,000 in attendance with shows over 300. So if you're a listener of this podcast, you know I've based perspective over how many shows you can draw a relatively large audience. That number I've marked as 500, and then the tracking attendances of something of note, where they're actually like getting a crowd of sorts, is 300 plus. And TJPW is the only promotion, not named Stardom, for the Joshi scene, that has every month a show where they've gotten over 300 in attendance. In January, they had 2 shows. In August here, they have 4, which coincides with the Princess Cup in this show. So there is success there. While Oz Academy and Ice Ribbon is much more consistent in that, but it all depends on their schedule as well. Ice Ribbon, up until this month in August, had every month a show, at least one show over 300. This was their first one that they failed to do so. Oz Academy, January and February, they failed to do so there as well in June. So there, if you want more figures to compare to, I mentioned that 8,000 number for TJPW. Ice Ribbon second, and they don't even have 3,500. So there's your comparison. Okay. So there clearly is growth here that I want to recognize. Now, where I think they're failing is their main event scene. I think their main event scene is very stale, and they lack challengers into the main event that are credible. Which, if I'm comparing, to Stardom here, Stardom has constructed a roster and booked it as such where you can plug and play a lot of people into main events, and it will draw crowd and interest and a lot of discussion about it. If I want to reference the Shoko Nakajima reign that we're in right now, I have been very vocal that I don't think this Shoko reign was necessary, nor has it been any good. It's certainly not interesting to me, because she's been champion before, she's consistently in the main event, and she gets a lot of big spots. And what TJPW is lacking right now is to highlight people in bigger spots. I think coming out of the Princess Cup, we all have the question is, will Miyu Watanabe continue to be in that role, or will she go the way of Maki Ito, where she is, yes, a highlighted player, but she's not a main event player. They make that very clear. Still out to lunch on Mizuki, as in who knows what they're doing with her and what the plan is. My opinion is they've missed the boat on a lot of these people to maximize what they're allowed to draw. I guess that would be a way to put it. But let's get into the show here. So they TJPW unloaded their new logo, and I saw a lot of people negative on it. I will say I'm kind of indifferent on it. I do like it in practice, how it looks on the mat, how it looks on merch. The umlauts over the W, I won't lie, throws me off. They say it's supposed to represent the crown, because that is a prime logo identifier of TJPW. I think they didn't do a good job in displaying that part of it. I think that part is definitely missing. The font of the text, if you will, the way it kind of goes northeast, that threw me off a little bit too, but I think it's just like the font itself. Like if it had a little bit more calligraphy to it, that then it would kind of bring you in. And I mentioned this when Stardom unveiled their new logo, how much I did like it because it reminded me of like big brand names. You know, it looks like something that you can kind of put on clothing and wear it outside. And I think TJPW has a very similar mindset. It's very posh, very, very fashionable. They're definitely a lot more colorful than Stardom. That the black and white, and TJPW is more of like a purple and pink and white kind of deal, which all for it. I like that. I also like on the mat, they got the pink trim off. The all pink mat, I'm very happy they got rid of this. So there's a lot of positives coming off this rebrand that I do agree with. I think it's much more of a marketable way to get this promotion across. As for the show, with 500 attendance, I think they knocked the show out of the park. Decent little undercard matches, get you familiar with the roster, and then I really think they put their best foot forward here to try to gain new fans. I don't think these free shows should happen often, because then you dangerously play a line where you're presenting your product as cheap. I mentioned this with DDT all the time, where they run all these free shows, and now that they actually have to draw money, people are so used to paying nothing to go to these things, well, they might as well wait for the free show, if you know what I mean. In this case, it really looked like it was a lot of new people. So that's a success. And going like, the more rare you make this, the more interesting it can be, but don't make it a regular thing, and don't make it a perception where your product is cheap. But they loaded this up with 3 interesting singles matches to highlight some certain players, namely Maki Ito, Hikari Noa / Saki Akai, and Yuki Arai and Kamiyu. I thought the people involved with these singles matches is kind of like your mid card that you want to highlight, and that's what they did there. Maki Ito defeats Yuki Aino, solid stuff. Big crowd reaction from Maki Ito. They made sure to try to get all the fans to clap and interact. Saki Akai defeats Hikari Noa. Just kind of throwing it out there. Yuki Arai takes a fall. Saki Akai doesn't. Saki Akai's not in the main event, but she's got tag titles all the time. You know. Hikari Noa looked better here, I will admit. Kamiyu defeats Yuki Arai. Playoff, the tag title match coming up. So there was some storyline there. I like that. 9 minutes. And then the main event was titled The Best. So the best of what TJPW has to offer. Funny how Maki Ito's not in that main event of The Best. Interesting. But Miyu Watanabe with Rika Tatsumi. So it was essentially the 2 top singles wrestlers and the 2 top tag teams over the last few years. That's how I looked at it. You know, Daydream and the Magi Rabi, and then you had Shoko and Miyu. You know, the match was really good. I went 2 out of 3. It was very high octane offense. I think it built up Shoko Yuka well. It put your champion over, made her look strong. I was a sadistic side of myself was kind of like, I wonder if Miyu Yamashita is just going to skull kick Miyu Watanabe and pin her. Luckily, they avoided that route, and they put their best foot forward in the show. Very enjoyable. I'm curious to what else is on the plate as we head to Wrestle Princess 3, considering I have no idea what the domestic attendance is going to be for this Wrestle Princess 3. If it's lower than last year, I think that is a clear indicator that the main event is stale with the domestic audience. And I'm wondering what the undercard is going to be like, and if that's going to be enough to make up for what I think is a stale main event. Time to go into Stardom. Man, here we go. Stardom time. Okay, Stardom. Stardom X Stardom, New Blood 4. Let's see how fast I can get through this. I'm making good time here. Let's see. Yeah, if you're wanting to listen to the in-depth 5-star Grand Prix reviews, each and every night is covered on the Red Leaf Retrocast Patreon. Getting a lot of good feedback from that. Azumi is ahead in one of the blocks, and Hazuki has one loss to her name in the other. Let's see. MVPs, Hazuki, Starlight Kid, Natsupoi in my book. If you want to put like Sayaka Matani and Mirai up there, go for it. Not blaming you there. A lot of good stuff. Historic X-Over. Got some matches announced for mixed tags. I'm sure you've listened to a lot of others, but the big talking point, I think, is the IWGP Women's Title Tournament bracket, where it was revealed that it's Alpha Female and the AVA, Ava White, being selected. And I really disagree with this move, because this is another weird affiliation that I think is going on with Stardom right now, with wanting to, I guess, educate this new audience on its own history. Which, if that's the idea and you're willing to sacrifice some attendance for that, then I won't disagree with that aspect of it. But having Alpha Female, like, I liked her. I had no issue with her. The problem with Ava White and Alpha Female here is you really want to put your best foot forward here, and this is not doing it to me. Alpha Female has been the better part of retired for a number of years now. Ava White is green as grass. And if that's the show you're putting on at Royal Quest, the match you're putting on there, then it better be a squash match. And even then, I think that's going to disappoint the domestic crowd. And it's not going to set a good example for what's to come. And hopefully the next international announcement is going to be way better and a much more interesting person than someone who's essentially coming out of retirement and someone who's learning on the job. I don't agree with this move very much at all. For New Blood 4, attendance over 400. And if we look to the past, they got 419 and 416 for shows 1 and 3, 338 for the second one. So I think this is another successful New Blood show. Was it the best one? The last 3 matches I really enjoyed. The undercard I thought was pretty bad at times, especially the Ram Kaicho match. That was just terrible with Bubble Girl, and then they ran a whole angle with Azumi, and we're going to get Azumi against those people. Now, the tag match, I was super interested in. It's the God's Eye team of Ame Sourei and Mirai. They defeated Haruka Umasaki and Starlight Kid. And this is what New Blood is. Part of it is this ongoing storyline of Starlight Kid wanting to recruit Haruka Umasaki into Oedo Tai, and if this leads to her in there full time, and I briefly mentioned this on the Patreon episode where Oedo Tai could certainly use a new player despite Tora coming back, because who knows when she's coming back at this point. But Haruka Umasaki, what I saw in her and her essential, like, almost heel turn, where Starlight Kid was dead to rights in the Mirai arm submission there, and Haruka Umasaki comes in and bonks Mirai with a chair. Great camera work of her, like, looking down, kind of a mean look in her eyes. She likes it. Starlight Kid wants to shake her hand, welcome her in the group, and Haruka's like, I don't know yet, and kind of walks away. This was so well done. And then there was some shit talking. There was a beatdown afterwards. Shure comes in, she's getting beaten down, and then in comes Tomoka Inaba, and she asked to join she asked to join God's Eye after the save, and God's Eye agrees. Hell to the yes. Very much into that. Inaba from JTO coming in with that gimmick, and we knew it was a matter of time as soon as she dropped that Sendai title. And here we go. Future title, this is a Stardom title match. Hanan defeats Aoi. 9.5 minutes. That was okay. Not much else to say there. And then Tam Nakano defeats the Supernova rookie, Miyu Amasaki, in 14 minutes. The story was she was taking Tam as far as she could, trying to get that time limit draw at the end of it. It was like a football team trying to grind out like a 1-1 victory. Most notably, like the Gladbach against Bayern game from the previous weekend. That's what this felt like to me. Miyu Amasaki, no doubt, has a lot to learn still, and she's got a long, long ways to go. And that's okay. And having more matches like this to get her up to speed, I think will do her a ton of good. And they clearly see a lot in her, and if she has a lot of potential. If she can roll well with upper card people like this over and over again, then I think she'll be fine. And then we get into Stardom X Stardom. The attendance was 1353 in Aichi, part of Nagoya there. Earlier in the year at Nagoya Supreme Fight, which was the Shuri Mirai match, got 1300. So your big historical past versus present show drew 50 more people when this company is a lot more hot than it was at the early part of the year. Now, there could be an argument here, and I don't disagree with this completely, that Tokyo is a much hotter wrestling town. I do agree. It's kind of like running Chicago versus, I don't know, Louisiana, I guess. If you have this fan base in New Orleans. I don't know. Loose example off the top of my head. Well, Stardom has Nagoya as their second best town outside Tokyo. What I want to compare it to is more or less what they've been doing recently. So in Nagoya, just in general, they had 1,200 for the cage match. The Tam Shuri match had 1,000. So I will analytically put this at a plus 250. I think that's fair? Okay. So we're looking at 250 people that got roped into the gimmick of past versus present. I think that's totally fair. Now, my question is, how much of that is the combination of Kairi and Nanai Takahashi? We don't know if like refunds were given out or how many people were going to walk up to the show and change their mind because Kairi wasn't going to be there. Because if we're looking at a 1,500 number, I'm looking at this show like a success. And if I'm looking, but right now I'm looking at it 1,300, barely above where they were in January. And to me, that's more of a bigger example from Aichi. Okay? Because that's a 1-to-1 comparison. And I truly think this show drew the number it did because of the theme. And here's why. Kairi has a lot of Western fans. And how do I explain this? I think the show, let me start over. I think the show from the historical perspective got that 250. I think I've made that clear. While I don't think it was the individual wrestlers at all that got us to that number. The only question I would have left is how many didn't walk up because of the Kairi problem. I'm asking you guys, is that a fair analysis? Because that's where I'm coming from. Where it falters to me is, and I mentioned this earlier when breaking down the alpha female announcement, is this really comes across as Stardom's current form trying to inform and teach this new audience that they've acquired over the last 3-4 years of its history, and they're willing to sacrifice a little bit. I would say that would be all well and good if a lot of them were even still around, which is definitely not the case. A lot of the gaijins have moved on, retired themselves. Maybe you don't even want them back in the first place because a lot of them were no good. Natsuki Tayo, you can't bring her back because of injury problems. Nanai Takahashi, I'll get to her a lot later, but I have a lot of thoughts over her. Kairi, she lost. I think it still needs to be proven, but I truly think she's lost a lot of star power in this promotion. since she left all those years ago. I even think Io Shirai probably lost a lot of that star power within Stardom itself because there's been so much new fans made. It's not, to me, the same as, say, when Chigusa Nagayo retired from AJW and came back for the Dream Slam show. I don't think it's the same situation as that. Because Kairi was not Chigusa Nagayo. I know, bold statement to make. But she just does not have that domestic staying power where she can come back 3-4 years later and she still has that draw. Still a lot to be proven there, but I think that's the question we got to be asking is how much does Kairi actually mean currently? Where my theory is lying is that she doesn't mean that much to the domestic audience anymore, and it's already been proven internationally she has no effect on pay-per-view buys. That was already proven outright with her return match. So no aspect there. So we're left with the domestic audience. And my analysis on that is she's a part-time player that the audience isn't familiar with, and she's not there enough to get familiar with. All we know is she's this protected athlete, if you will, that's coming after Saya Kamatani. And Saya's doing various things to try to get the match over and herself and how scared she is. Meanwhile, on the other end of the bracket, you have Nanae Takahashi. The whole caveat is, first Stardom champion, she's coming back to challenge, see if she got one more run in her. In theory, good story. In practice, bad story. Because this woman was never a star in her entire career. She was a champion in a failing company. She was the champion in Neo, after which the company was already going downhill, and they took the title off her in like 20 days. She was the champion of JWP for a summer in which she drew minus 300 people on average in the 600-700 range, where they took the title off her in less than a month to put over the real star, which was Kairi Yoneyama. Ironically, who's a jobber in this promotion, essentially, at this point in time. It's even in the ethos of Stardom, okay? She wasn't even the top star when the company started. That was Yuzuki Aikawa. That was eventually Kairi. It was Io Shirai. Yoshiko was the one making 5-star finals, right? Because they were the younger stars on the up and connected with the crowd more. These are tangible things you can look at for reference. And let's not forget, she left this company in shame. Okay? She almost killed this company with what she was doing. And for her to come back and run this storyline attitude, if she was going to work this as a heel, I might be coming out of this with a totally different mindset. The problem is she did not. Okay? Shuri cut a storyline on her. You know, I want to beat the best. Nanae was the best at one point, quote unquote. And she's been tasked with getting Risa Sarah, all these people. Utami, Mayu, Julia. Shuri's beaten everybody. So okay, you want to have Nene come in here in the middle of the 5-star for a show based on the theme? I have no problem with that. My bigger problem is Nanae herself in the way she wrestles and how she carries herself, where it's always about her. The match was a great example of that, where she's in charge, being this unbeatable person who's a decade old and can hardly move anymore. She's got busted knees. She barely takes any bumps. Took like 6 in this entire match. And I guess I'm just talking about this World of Stardom title match outright right now. But I also find her matches boring. But that's regardless of my point I'm making here, where Nanae is saying this Stardom is soft. There's no passion to it. She's gonna bring back a better wrestling, and Shuri took offense to that. Right? We're talking kayfabe storyline here. And after the match, after she beats her, Shuri goes, "What do you think of Stardom now?" And Nanai, instead of going into the storyline where it's, yes, Stardom is great, puts over the company? No. What she did was she go, you beat me, 1, 2, 3. But remember, I'm Nanai Takahashi. I can kill Stardom if I want to. Do you guys want me back? And they kind of go, and she goes, well, obviously all these claps means I can come back. And then she just leaves the ring, throws her hand up in the air, and pieces out. This is not the type of person you want in your company. She is in her 40s. She's never offered anything to me for any company she's ever been in. She's left companies left and right, and she's been in 2 of them that died. She's a grifter. And it drives me nuts, this woman. Not to mention I don't like her wrestling all that much. So it's like always an uphill battle with her for me. I'll give you an example, if she came in and she was like a mid-carder and she was putting over the young talent and she's cutting promos like, man, I hope to hang with these young kids that are, gonna take over the next generation, because there's a lot of veterans that do that. I've seen them. They're on the Joshi 2010s, okay? And in much better positions and much better workers than her. But she doesn't do that. That's not how she operates. We just saw the Nomad show where she won the main event in an opportunity where a lot of these freelancers are trying to get themselves over. And she comes in and beats and wins the main event that she comes in. Anyways. Artist with Stardom title match was a fun match. Momo gets her win back over Mina. 11 minutes. I gave it 1 out of 3. I like the Momo and Mina dynamic. Really good stuff. The Goddess of Stardom title match, the Cosmic Angels, Natsupoi and Tam Nakano, the beauty pair incarnates, as they're self-proclaiming. That is a super interesting thing coming out of this match, is they want to put out an album. They want to do the beauty pair thing. They want to do the Crush Gals thing. And I am all for it. It is an experiment worth trying. That's going to be a fascinating thing to follow. And they finally beat FWC. As in, FWC loses these titles. They've had a great reign. They've faced off against some unique tag teams, to say the least. And I think, with the exception of the 30-minute draw, their title reign has been vastly successful. This went just under 16 minutes. There was one hiccup in the middle here where Hazuki was going for the springboard, and the ropes on this entire show seemed real loose. There was a lot of weird things going through Stardom X Stardom here. The ropes were loose, audio was off, camera work was a little spotty. Very strange production show with that, and the wrestlers, like, I don't think it has anything to do with the 5-star, not really, because a lot of these matches, these people went, like Shuri, big time carry job. Sai Kamatani, big time carry job. Natsupoi and Tam Nakano and Hazuki, like, they were trying a lot of cool shit. It was all in the in-betweens that just gave the show a weird vibe. And I really think, as a fan, this show lost a lot with Kairi not on it, because she was a big hook. I don't know if she was going to win the title or not, but there was certainly something missing from this show, and I really feel a lot of it had to do with her. At least in terms of the Western fan base, a lot of us felt that way. But back to the tag match. This is another example of Natsupoi's it's a true breakout year for her. 2022. She spent the majority of the first crop of her career being a rookie undercarder. And I will even say she was that in TJPW. Because the International Princess title, she lost almost immediately. She was the first champion, but she didn't even defend it. I don't know if that had something to do with her knee injury. I'd have to go back and look at that closer. But regardless, when she came back, she wasn't right back into kind of that upper mid-card picture. She was back to losing over and over again. The only person she really beat were other rookies. And that's a very TJPW booking thing. It's certainly not indicative of trying to build someone up. And Actress Girls, she kind of left under controversy, as in the fact that her contract went up and you're supposed to be a loyal soldier, which I don't believe in that at all. Yubika Hota sure tried to paint a bad picture in Natsupoi. But for what it's worth, as soon as she's popped up into Stardom again, they got her feet wet. They got her into the high-speed title picture, got her a big run with that. She put on some good matches, and then she immediately became kind of a bigger player in like My Himipoi. And then when it was push come to shove in the next set of storylines for Stardom, she was a big focal point across this summer, and we're really seeing a huge breakout from her from that Tam Nakano feud, leading into the 5-star, what she's done in this 5-star, and now she has these tag titles. She's breaking out, and this is a sort of push that we're seeing. And it's really enjoyable to see someone of Natsupoi's stature kind of reach the next level of her career, as what she's doing right now. And I thought this was the best match on the show, by far. Certainly the most interesting. I went 2 out of 3 on it, so I was a little down on the show. And then Sai Kamatani defeats Himika, 20 minutes, 20 seconds. I thought this was like one of the best carry jobs I've seen all year. Because anything interesting that was happening was all from Sai Kamatani. I thought 18 minutes of this match was basically nothing. I mean, Himika's out here messing up single leg crabs. And I know that it's a match made on short notice. And even Micah tried to like cut a promo at the end of a show and put her over. But it really wasn't until Saya Kamatani gets powerbombed off the top and almost like breaks her neck from Himika that I truly like got a reaction out of this match. So Himika hits like the concussion bomb for a near fall. Himika's kicking out of the Firebird Splash, which was built up super well in the 5-star to date. And Kamatani wins off a Poison Rana roll-up combo. So an interesting finish, a unique finish nonetheless. They really tried to make this match feel hot. And I think at the end of it, it was a hot match. That's why I went 2 out of 3 on this, but on a lower end. Because realistically, it shouldn't take 18 minutes for me and someone almost dying for me to get into a match for the last 2 minutes. That's very main event New Japan in the 90s kind of thing, where I'm just finding myself twiddling my thumbs for the majority of it, and I kind of lose my mind. So I'm pretty down on Stardom X Stardom, but it's definitely a lot of talking points and interesting things to kind of think about. How we look at Kairi going forward, I think is a good conversation to have. As for like other people coming in, I think Haruka Umasaki is a prime candidate. Go youth, not old. There's not a lot of veterans left on the scene these days that are willing to do jobs, if you're catching my drift. So yeah, that'll do it. Again, if you want the huge, in-depth 5-star reviews, I have like fucking 5 hours at this point of Stardom 5-star audio that you can go listen to. I go into huge depth, lots to talk about. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and enjoy the rest of the podcast. And welcome to the latest All Japan Women Destiny episode here. We are at episode 75 of the classics here that you can find on Samurai TV, Pure Dream, and various Google Drives. We are in the middle and the heart of the Grand Prix here from All Japan Women. It is July 26th, 1993. From the Osaka Prefectural Gymnasium, number 2. A capped attendance of 1,950. So All Japan Women still doing very well across the board, across their extreme schedule. It's pretty wild what they're running. I went through the last few episodes over the high injury rate, how stretched thin this promotion is, the almost necessity to the extent of perhaps why this interpromotional war kind of set off within JWP and LLPW among the like. It almost feels like going through the summer here that they need them to fill out their roster and to make interesting cards. Or at least to keep a variety between the matchups. Because when I was watching this, and yes, the promotion still feels real hot and it's picking up steam more and more as 93 has gone on. And this has, again, been a big issue, or not issue, been a trend since 1991. And a lot of it has to do with the Bull Nakano title reign, the transition over to Aja Kong completing that story as champion, and the rise of Akira Hokuto. That's been a massive thing, and it really started with that Shinobu Kandori match at the Dream Slam show. Akira Hokuto is by far the biggest star in the company now. And to me, it's without question. Yes, Aja Kong is a star. Bull Nakano is still there. She's still treated like a star. The mid-card is really improving. Saki Hasegawa, I'll kind of put her up there. Mima Shimoda, Etsuka Mita. We saw the return of Kaoru to the promotion. More on her a little later. And you got your upper mid-carders that they're definitely positioned high, but they're not quite at that true main event level. It depends on the tag match situation there, because if it's there's definitely a hierarchy you're seeing in All Japan Women right now between the difference of tag wrestling and single stars. I would say Aja Kong is firmly in singles action star territory. There's only 3 of them. You got, again, Bull Nakano, Hokuto, and Aja Kong. Bull Nakano's not going to be put in that position, though, but she's still treated as such. She's going to be in these various tag matches and being highlighted and heavily protected. But Akira Hokuto, being the biggest star in the company, she's in main events. While Aja Kong, I've noticed a trend of her being in the upper, card position-wise. She's definitely a top 3 star in the company now, but she's filling out semi-mains and the like, while Hokuto's in the main position, especially on a lot of these big shows. On this one in particular, when you have heavy work rate matches of people going out there and putting in a lot of time and effort, I'm seeing a trend of Takako Inoue. Saki Hasegawa has moved on up, and especially the 2 of Kyoko Inoue and Minami Toyota. Toshio Yamada is there for... They're not putting her in high-end singles matches. They're putting her in big tags. So we've seen her with a variety of opponents, whether it's Kyoko Inoue, Yumiko Hota, Minami Toyota, and the like. And perhaps the same could be same in that tag realm of Suzuka Minami, but she's definitely slotted as a mid-carder. Not that we know who she is at this point in time in AJW. The hierarchy of and following that of positioning and who they trust to go out there and put in 30 minutes, more on that, is very apparent. And who the biggest stars are is very apparent. And on the LLPW journey, you kind of see a different sort of way of going about the roster and the hierarchy, mostly because the roster isn't as big. They don't have the same injuries going on. They have a different sort of structure that they have. They have their own host of challenges that they have to go through. Not so familiar with JWP and what they're going through. I haven't done a lot of research on that company in particular, other than various facts and quips of them showing up in AJW at this point in time in my research and journey. So I don't have the context of JWP exactly. But in LLPW on the Patreon, patreon.com/RedleafRetrocast, just completed 1993. And it was a very enlightening journey to see the progression of the roster and their own challenges, and they're very different than AJW. AJW, as they're getting more popular, unfortunately, the roster can't keep up with their house show schedule. It's insane. I mean, I make this joke all the time, but Bull Nakano in reports is like she's taking a break, and she's still having like 150 matches a year. And she's on pace for that in this year, where she's taken a step back from a full-time schedule. That just shows how just insane their schedules are, including the fact that the house shows are still picked up and doubled at times, and they're having to cancel shows like outside of Tokyo and regions because what AJW and the Matsunagas, the guys who run the company, like doing is splitting their roster in half to do 2 house shows at the same time in various parts of the country, and they have half their roster split to do long-ass matches, and that contributes to more injuries because they want that house show money. And remember, this is a different era. Much of the shows are built off ticket sales. That's how they make their money. And I'm not quite sure myself on merch. I don't think that was the same back then. What are you going to sell? I guess pictures with the wrestlers, but it's like programs, magazines, VHS tapes of past shows that they can sell, but that's not in any sort of mass production. I know those Dreamsland tapes are doing well, though. We've gone over that. But here we are. This is wild. This is definitely a sense of what the Grand Prix and these tournaments were like back then. And AJW and I spoke about this in my curiosity of, like, how many matches can I find from the Japan Grand Prix in 93? Because they're doing round robin. It's not a knockout tournament where you can sort of find all the matches. They're doing 2 blocks, very big, between their healthy wrestlers and a couple outsiders that have come in. And we are at day 61 of the Grand Prix here at the end of July. And that's just insane. And I mentioned this. You can't find hardly any of these matches if they're not on these big shows of the month deals. Because they're running all these wacky house shows all across the country, and there's just not tapes of these that have been retained over years, or were they even taped to begin with? You can find the matches and shows that made TV, AJW TV, in their like 1 a.m. time slot or whatever it is. But those are like super clipped versions that we see here in a couple matches. I was able to find like a Mima Shimoda Tomoko Watanabe match that was clipped for like 5 minutes of their 14 that they went on this show. But that's just par for the course of the time, which is a shame. I found a full version of a couple matches, and I enjoyed them nonetheless. I mean, this was a good show for all intents and purposes. But if we're to compare it to the modern era, there's a lot to be said for, say, modern Stardom and how they run. And I'll throw even TJPW in to an extent over just how cards are run and put together. I'm not saying TJPW, like, certainly not depth-wise. And maybe some could be said for, like, Shoko, Rika, Miyu, and Yuka. Perhaps they have a similar skill level to... Obviously not star power. That we're not talking that. Just like from an in-ring perspective, could you say like Miyu and Yuka could put on a, say, 4-star match and match that of like a Kyoko Ueno and Manami Toyota? Sure. They could do that if put into a similar position. Go out there for 25 minutes and have a banging main event. Yeah, it's very possible. They're more than capable of that. So in that sense, it's the same. But from a depth perceptive and how cards are put together, of like even a Stardom X Stardom card that happened recently, where up and down the card, the quality was there, and the main critique is maybe they should have done this way. Maybe nostalgia isn't the main factor there. That's the conversation. While in AJW of this time, you're looking at it and it's just essentially matches that are kind of put on. On this show, we have a main event tag. We have one Grand Prix match that fills up a majority of the card time. And then we have just various other, tags and just filling singles matches. This isn't content that you sink your teeth into. It's just good fucking shows. While a Stardom show or even a big TJPW show, you got title matches, you have storylines mixed into them. So substance-wise, I think there's more to be said of today's wrestling than what I'm seeing in this current iteration. Something to think about and compare to, and what you think you prefer. Now, do I think like Akira Hokuto and Suzuka Minami goes out there against some tag team and I'm like guaranteed 3.5 plus to 4.5? Yeah. I think there's a much higher ceiling and possibility of the stars of the past than, say, a TJPW show for sure. But Stardom? What's... We could go back through all these cards over the course of 2022 and the last couple of years, and more often than not, you look at, say, Cage Match or Grapple when that is working, we're heavily critiquing, like, 4 stars and about of, like, wasn't as good as I thought. And you're like, yeah, that may be true, but then we're critiquing 4-star match, and that's what we were getting back then. So on an equal to equal base, modern Stardom's kind of on that same level, and even more so from a depth perspective in what we get in under and mid cards. I mean, I watch a Kaoru Ito match in the mid card of AJW here 93, and I'm losing my mind because it's just the same thing over and over again, and she's getting pinned, while, say, a mid card match on a Stardom show is like Micah versus Risa Sera, and you're like, well, hot damn, that's 3.5, 4 stars, depending on who you ask. That's fucking cool. And there's substance to it. Anyways, food for thoughts. July 26, 1993, Osaka, gym number 2, 1950. Now, attendance-wise, obviously, AJW's killing it. There is no comparison there. At least not at this point in time. But again, keep in mind, you know what? Hold on. Let me go to Cage Match here. Cage Match AJW. Let's see what they've pulled in just house show July events here in 93. Because this was their big show in July 93. This July 26th show. And we're gearing up for Legacy of Queens that is taking place next month in August, which is a huge major show that's probably going to draw a lot of money. And a big crowd. But here we go. We got Chiba, Saitama, right prior. So those are, and Nagano here. Stardom's done Nagano. They've done similar towns. Let's click on these Japan shows. So we got, here we go. This is much better comparison. These are house show AJW compared to Stardom in the Grand Prix right now. These are kind of, 1-to-1 comparisons, more or less. Stardom, they've ran Korakuen. They got a couple 1500s in there. They got Hamamatsu at 800. And they got a couple shows in the high 6s. And, keep in mind AJW does like to embellish some things, but this also isn't Korakuen that we're running. They're running, here we go, Nagano, 1200 on July 15th. July 18th, 1500 in Chiba. Okay? Saitama at the Shibihara store parking lot, 1600. A parking lot that's like walk-ups, we'll throw that one out. We'll throw that one out for this argument. Let's get a different town. Here we go. After this show, back in Saitama. Let's see. Not in a parking lot. 1800 at a sports center. All right. Well, let's go with that then. But that's what I'm talking about. So they're house shows for AJW. They're pulling anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 people. And in Stardom right now, they're pulling 600 to 1,500. So we're definitely lower than what AJW is doing in 93. It's not that much lower in comparison, but 500 people difference, plus or minus. And then for major shows, I'll click on this Legacy of Queens thing that we're going. Or actually, there's a Grand Prix Day 68 here in Kasumogawara. And they so they pulled 1,800 there. Yeah, let's go Legacy of Queens, and let's compare Stardom x Stardom. Okay, just hear me out for argument's sake. So Stardom x Stardom, they pulled like a bad number, more or less 1,300, and comparatively. And AJW does this Legacy of Queens show in August. It's a joint crossover show with a huge main event. They're claiming at the Nippon Budokan, 14,000 sold out. Okay, depending on how much more or less that is true, I'll do more research when that time when I get to that point here soon. But that's the huge difference between modern Stardom right now and their opportunity to grow versus what we're seeing in AJW here. Now they're selling out Yokohama. They're getting Dream Slam 6,000-7,000 people, 14,000 here. That's the huge difference between modern Stardom and AJW. Now, was AJW competing on the level comparatively to their peers of like New Japan, All Japan? No. Not to that extent. But they were in the conversation for a, top 5 promotion. While with attendances what they are today in the Japan wrestling scene, Stardom pulling these numbers is number 2. In the context of the scene, how they're running, and what they're doing. So, if you want to talk about success relative to the scene, Stardom is probably more successful in the current state and form and in context of what's going on. But in terms of success, pulling in fans, how hot the promotion is, and what they're doing, AJW is a light year still ahead. That's what we need to compare in the relative sense. So that's something I wanted to bring up and discuss here. Now, how is the wrestling? Oh my God. I had a great time watching this show. We had a 2-on-1 handicap match of Seimei Numata defeating a couple very small rookies, Chikako Hasegawa and Masami Watanabe. Look them up for their names later. Chiprita Asari and the like. Mima Shimoda defeats Tomoko Watanabe in a 14-minute match that I saw clipped. Look, fine. Tomoko Watanabe still has a little ways to go to get out of this undercard. She's slowly getting there. Mima Shimoda is definitely on a higher slotted level, and you saw in this match. And then we get to the shows that the matches that actually showed up in this AJW Classic here. It is Bat Yoshinaga and Bull Nakano. Wacky ragtag team this is, and they're taking on Etsuko Mita and Takako Inoue, and it was a very fast and chaotic 11 minutes. Okay, Takako Inoue, I have decided, for my opinion, is Takako Inoue has gotten so good across the summer, and even I would say gearing up to that Dream Slam show. Takako Inoue has found a lot of fire. She's found a lot of stiffness to her game, and she's kind of dropped more or less this dainty cutie Suzuki look, and she's really coming into her own as a wrestler. And I saw a lot of that in this match with her just stretching Bat Yoshinaga and taking to town. She's not taking her shit kind of deal. Mita comes in, she's a giant comparatively to her couple peers here. And then when she gets in with Bull Nakano, it's good stuff. It's very hard hitting. I do like the constant tag team moves that they were doing there. This is a very AJW style tag match where it's just chaotic from head to toe. Not really slowing down. They know they have a small time limit, so they're just going to get their shit in, which is a lot of fun to watch as a fan. Now, why did Takako Inoue get so much highlighting? Well, it's because she was going to get pinned, and that's a very AJW move. It's a very Joshi wrestling move. It's a very wrestling move when you think about it. Is if you're going to pin someone, let's make them look good in defeat. And so they will get a majority of like cool ass offense in, makes you want to root for them. So when you get pinned, you're just like, all right, I want to root for that person. And Bull Nakano flies from out of nowhere on like some wacky backdrop that Inoue gives. And Yoshinaga hits like, I think it's like 2 big spinning wheel kicks that she does. And Bull flies from out of nowhere, hits her guillotine leg drop to pin Takako Inoue. Good stuff. I hate watching Bat Yoshinaga. She she's coming off this like wacky injury. She's fighting through it, but she's like not bumping a lot. She's very uncoordinated. How much more do I need to talk about Bat Yoshinaga not being great? Yeah, she has a few moves where she kicks you stiff because she can't actually work a kick or anything. Next match is a tag match. It's Aja Kong and Infernal Kaoru taking on and defeating Saki Asagawa and Kaoru Ito. Let's talk about Kaoru here for a second. Okay? So we saw her return in the CMLL offer match with a mask. And what happened before is, in the late 80s, Kaoru was supposedly fired from AJW outright. And not for the sense of she was just cut, and very much like a couple FMW wrestlers and people going to JWP, because like Dynamite Kansai was just cut from the draft, so to say. Kaoru was apparently fired for breaking the no boyfriends rule. And that was the 3 no's of AJW. Must retire before 25, no alcohol, and no boys. Right? And Kaoru the Rebel, the more you look at her career, the more fascinating it is. And I like Kaoru. She just retired officially at the Marvelous show, and it was nice to see her finally like kind of go out on her own terms after delay of injury and pandemic and whatnot. And I liked what I saw from her in the Joshi 2010's journey, which I went over up until her big Achilles injury that put her out for a few years, and what heat that caused with her and like Aja Kong and Mayumi Ozaki, and a lot of speculation behind what actually happened there, and fascinating stuff. Go listen to that Joshi 2010's journey, patreon.com/redleafretrocast. Try out the free versions of the shows on this very feed, All Japan Women Destiny. You can really follow along with that, but if you want to help out with the DVDs and stuff, and me doing the research and getting the content firsthand, then signing up for the Patreon's a big help. And look, Kaoru, she went to CMLL, she went to Mexico for a while, she came back at the Dream Slam show. I guess she impressed enough people, and with this depleted roster, and she's in Japan, let's use her. It's funny how all of a sudden, with competition, with LOPW and JWP kicking around, and a depleted roster of injuries, it's like, okay, 25 rule gone for Bull Nakano. Now the no boyfriends rule, Kaoru, it's been a few years. Maybe you just don't have any boyfriends anymore. Or we'll ignore that since you're not in the company anymore. So she's back. And I liked what I saw from her. The match was definitely built solely around essentially Aja Kong, and occasionally Infernal Kaoru would come in. She'd hit like a German suplex. She'd do some splashes off the top. She'd do a lot of the Norio Tateno vaulting senton attack that she does. That's a heavy move from the mid to late 80s in All Japan Women, as I've gone through on that journey. Very common move there. She spams that a lot. And then you had the team of Saki Asagawa and Kaoru Ito. Yeah, they tried to isolate Kong, and they tried to double foot stomp her to death. But Kaoru Ito, my God, this woman. She's still no good, but can she put in an energy-filled tag match? Sure. Like the Hikari Fukuoka match and whatnot that happened a few podcasts ago. Like, there's potential for good stuff there. It just all depends on like what we're doing match structurally with Kaoru Ito and how much she factors into the match. And this is a case where she was just in way too much. And there's only so many double foot stomps you can watch before you go, all right, can we please do something else? Because it's just her running the ropes. She jumps, double foot stomp on the ground. She goes to the top. It's a double foot stomp. Oh, someone's on the outside. I'll stand on the apron. Double foot stomp. It's just over and over again with this woman in her shitty, terrible Peter Pan outfit. It's a green polo that's cut off in like the little checkered forms. She's got the little diamond forms on her sleeves and at the bottom. She looks like a geek. She wrestles like a geek. She does the same thing over and over again, and she gets back-fisted a couple times in oblivion for my enjoyment. But Saki Asagawa, it was like through osmosis in this match that she's seen all these double foot stomps, and now she has to do it too. And I don't recall her hitting her jumping heel kick once on Aja Kong. That was ducked a few times. She might have hit it once on Kaoru, but really, the heat was on Aja Kong. The comebacks were for Aja Kong. And if she needed to take 5, like a hockey player just hitting the bench for a couple minutes, she'd tag in Kaoru to do some few moves, then she'd get right back in. The match was pretty okay, but I can't really recommend it because it was just the same shit. It felt like over and over again for 21 minutes that this match went. But yeah, it's decent stuff on Aja Kong's part, and after those 2 back fists, she hits a chokeslam on Ito and Pinzer. But it's something that will definitely wear on you as a fan. Excuse me. But a match I fully recommend is what happened next. It's a Japan Grand Prix match. Finally, we get to see one of these things. They call it the Blue Block match. So there's your Stardom reference again. Blue stars. Here's your blue block. It's Kyoko Inoue taking on Manami Toyota. They're both sitting at 2 points at this time. So they haven't even wrestled much comparatively. I'd really have to dig into scheduling and what's available and how many times they've wrestled and lost to each other. I don't think it matters because we can't see them anyways. We're just looking at the matches when we can see them, and then when we get to the finals, we get to the finals. It's unfortunate, but that's just where we're at. And this match went to a 30-minute draw, and on the surface, that might seem like it's long and you can't do it, you can't invest your time into it. I'm here to tell you that it is absolutely worth your time. Because if you remember, the last time these two went the journey to a long match, that we ended up getting a 5-star classic. Big Dave style, between Toyota and Kyoko Inoue. It's a match where you're these two are inventing moves in the match. It's transcending the scene and style. Because you're watching this, just these new things happen. And this one was kind of along the same scale of that, really. Where right out of the gate, they're going 1,000 miles an hour, and they're matching each other move for move. Whether it's double drop kicks, they're stopping themselves on the rope, they're falling, they're trying to get each other in various unique lucha-esque submissions. They're leaping off the top rope doing cross bodies and Kyoko's elbow drop. And that's just the first 5 to 10 minutes of the match. It's all just one-to-one wrestling, and it looked really cool. And then they kind of slow it down, and they do their unique submissions. And because Manami Toyota is not Bull Nakano, as in she can actually bend to the way Inoue wants to do all these unique submissions, we get some arrow locks, we get some variation of the arrow and bridge locks. It's interesting selling in submissions that you're seeing kind of for the first time, or at least from a rarity sense. So you're into that. Toyota is doing the same thing. They're doing some selling, and then they get to the outside and they're doing dives. They're doing big double axe handles from the top, big crosses from the top, moonsaults off the rope to the floor. And even Manami Toyota is kind of doing a little walk and brawl with Kyoko, and they're hitting each other on the tables. This is when Inoue starts selling her shin, and she's limping a little bit. And I guess if you're just getting to the nitty gritty of pickiness, you could say, okay, Inoue, if you're going to sell this shin the way you were, maybe it's best that you just blatantly just stop ignoring it so you can do your one move, because it's not a slap fire up type thing. It's just, I will sell this thing, and then I just I'll just get in the mood to not sell this anymore, and I'll do my top rope elbow drop maneuvers and leaping off the second rope, and then it'll just kind of come out of nowhere. She'll start selling the shin again. In this iteration of Kyoko Inoue, I really like when she gets in the ring with people like a Toyota, a Hokuto, a Yamada. We see greatness from her, right? We see that top 5 wrestler of all time in the 90s, right? Or in the arguable sense, at least in AJW. But what you notice, or at least what I notice, in my opinion, of Kyoko Inoue, remains, when she gets into people like Aja Kong and Ito and Bull Nakano and Yumiko Hotta, that's where she delves into wanting to match her opponent. And her opponents in that sense are very slow, very chinlock heavy, slap in the hold and hit the mat, maybe do some like arm wringers and stretching. While so for Kyoko Inoue, she definitely delves more into whoever her opponent is. And more often than not, I do enjoy her because in AJW, they love their tag matches. So she doesn't fall into the factor of like doing a Yumiko Hotta match. She falls into the factor of doing an AJW tag match and then in singles. So I would say, 2/3 of the time, Kyoko Inoue is among the best. But man, it's that 1/3 of the time you just go, man, I just do not want to watch her. In the sense of Manami Toyota, obviously, we just get high octane the whole time, and they're just out of their minds. The so many dives to the floor and doing like scoop slams on the concrete floor, and just going 30 minutes of just this action and the sweat coming off them. They're doing AJW proud with doing a match like this. And yes, I went over earlier that they don't need to go 30 minutes. But they didn't want to beat him. They wanted the kind of tie to come into the Grand Prix. And if they didn't go out there and have a 3 out of 3 recommended match, this could have been a disaster in the waiting. But, 4.25 Big Dave stars, I would say. Maybe 4.5 if you're in a good mood watching these people. If you watch this like just in the classic version, it's like slightly cut out. You get, I would say, 20 minutes of it. I could see you going higher. I've sought out the 30-minute version. I still liked it all the same, personally. And I liked how the bell just rings and they're exhausted. They're still trying to do moves to each other. A lot of good bridges here. A lot of good suplexes. This is definitely a match to seek out and watch going forward. I'd be curious of you, the listeners, how you liked this match here. And I like the booking too. I like a nice little draw here during a Grand Prix. How these two couldn't put each other away, and the next time they meet, perhaps on a bigger show. You get a definitive winner and they can go all out and have an even bigger match. Because we know that Manami Toyota red belt reign's coming. And matches like this play into their rivalry when there's a title match involved. And then the main event, Akira Hokuto and Suzuka Minami. Various little LCO here. Taking on Toshio Yamada. Full just Keiji Muto, Great Muta gimmick. Even the taped up fingers. And Yumiko Hotta, whom, she's still in her Chigusa Nagayo version that she wants to do. Nice main event. Hot finish, 2 out of 3 rec. It only went 16 minutes, not very long. There was a lot of holds at the beginning, a lot of abdominal stretches. Hotta and Yamada's team kick here. But Akira Hokuto's in this rare, sick, sweet yellow and black gear, mostly on the yellow side. She's got her cool fringes. And this is what I'm talking about with her. She's the biggest star in the company. She comes out and the crowd's electric for her. She has definitely taken this number 1 role and ran with it. Everything she does in the match just commands attention. She just has that presence to her throughout the match. Anything she does seems like a big deal, whether it's her drop kicking Hotta off the top or wrenching, and she just has an attitude and charisma to her that you have to see what she does next. And the match builds well enough so when they do get to this finish where they're again the finish is Suzuka Minami does a suicide dive and takes out both Yamada and Hotta. Hokuto comes off the top, does the somersault, Liger flip, and then Hota's back in the ring. Hokuto and Minami do the Fantastics double drop kick, and Hokuto picks her up for the Northern Lights bomb and pins her with the knee over the chest. It's just, I'm the star, I'm pinning your ass, we're done here. It's just very cool to see someone have this big match and the crowd react to it. And when I was watching that, I was thinking about, man, after that Utami Shuri match got so much buzz and attention to Stardom, imagine if the crowd could cheer after those shows. I'm so curious to how the reception of Utami or Shuri would have had. We're kind of seeing the remnants of it in 2022 of Shuri and her title reign, with the crowd really reacting to her kicks. They see her as a much bigger star than they did before. It was a big changing of the guard title reign that was really reminiscent of booking kind of like a Bull Nakano Aja Kong deal going on. There's a lot of similarities, and of course, Hatman Rossi Ogawa has a lot to do with that because he's experienced it and lived it firsthand. He knows what he's doing in that sense. And in the sense of really highlighting a new star, and this is why on like various Stardom reviews, I'm really starting to see some parallels more and more as time goes on with Akira Hokuto and Julia and how they carry themselves, how they present themselves, how the crowd reacts to them. And what did Akira Hokuto never had? She never had the red belt, but she had the white. What has Julia never had? She's never had the red, but she's had the white. It's a lot of interesting parallels you can continue to make between the two promotions and the various growth factors that they're all falling through. If you want to make a more direct comparison, it might actually be like 90-91 AJW to how Stardom is now. But yeah, I like this match. I would go 2 out of 3 rec on this main event. Rarity with me because I'm not usually a Yubika Ota fan, but it was a lot of Toshi Yamada in here. Suzuka Nami never got into her ground mat game that you see in her singles matches. It was very much balls to the wall that you want to see, and it wasn't overly long either. So that's one critique I do have with AJW. The more time goes on, is when they start eclipsing that like 18-minute spot. A lot of these wrestlers, and they're developing their own styles in a developing scene and developing attention of a wrestling scene. A lot of these wrestlers are learning how to expand their repertoire and what makes them a wrestler. And now with the 25 rule scrapped, they're going to be around longer, and they're going to have to develop their games to get those longer matches and fill out cards a little bit more with more variety. Otherwise, these matches are going to get very samey, and they're going to get samey very quick. And that's another factor I'm paying attention to and noticing. Unlike that Kyoko Inoue Manami Toyota match, there was a lot of innovation and a lot of trying new shit to make it seem cool. So yeah, 3 out of 3 on Kyoko Inoue Toyota, 2 out of 3 on the main event of Hokuto Manami taking on Hamada and Hota. This was a good one. I look forward to the next AJW Destiny episode that we go on. And that'll do it for All Japan Women. And we're back, Tanner, WCW.
WCW.
From the First Star Center in Cincinnati, Ohio. I believe it's now the Heritage Bank Center. September 20th, 1999. An attendance of 11,634. Paid, like 8,000. It seats 17,000 for a basketball game. So...
yeah.
The decline continues.
We'll continue to see this. I don't. Sorry for the spoiler, folks, but I just don't think that it's gonna come back.
I have a feeling. I mean, when you get shows like this and the main event like makes you consider brain rot as a possibility that you've been infected with. I don't see good things in the foreseeable future. Let me ask you this. What was the hottest feud in 97, or 96, 97, and 98, mostly? WCW.
Just in wrestling in general, or WCW? I mean,
WCW.
It had to be... It had to be Sting and versus the NWO, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's the leader of the NWO? Jog my memory.
I believe that was Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
Interesting. Okay, and who was the baby face during those like 2.5, 3 years?
I could be wrong. They went through a couple of them. You've got DDP, who was kind of picking up some steam. You've got Goldberg. Yeah. But I believe it was Sting. I think Sting was the hottest.
My God. Okay. and Hulk Hogan was a heel, I think. Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah.
On the same page there. You mentioned DDP. He had a title reign earlier in 1999, and they turned him heel in like 2 weeks. It's very strange.
Yeah.
He's been a heel ever since. Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah, he did that whole Jersey triad kind of thing.
Yeah. And now, this is very weird. Sting got the title, and it was all part of a master plan over the last 3 years for him to actually be a bad guy, and Hulk Hogan is the red and yellow good guy.
You gotta be shitting me.
I had no idea of this masterful 4D chess booking.
It only took us over 3 years to get here.
This is incredible. That's what we're going. That's what we're going with. The video packages of retconning Sting on the show.
It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. Not even ridiculous. It's preposterous.
I absolutely love how terrible it is, because they also have like deep movie voice guy. In a world, Sting was in the rafters of WCW, but really, was that just a mask behind his face? And the real Sting was here the whole time? And
when he ordered that cheeseburger without cheese, was he rejecting the yellow?
He was rejecting the red ketchup and the yellow mustard on that burger.
It's wild. This is like I know we're getting to like election season in the US, and it's just mind numbing at this point. But this is far worse than most political ads that I've seen this year.
Incredible. It's literally everyone that we've been conditioned and trained to boo out of our minds, at least in the I mean, I know the NWO is cool and blah blah blah, but they were the bad guys. And like, we're cheering Scott Steiner for his hoochies and wanting to break Wilt Chamberlain's record of banging women. Yeah, that'll really get the crowd booing for you, right? Oh, you women who want to help me break my record, break that record, see me in the back. Holla if you hear me. Whoa, he wants to fuck women? Yeah, me too. Go him. And they're showing women in the crowd going, yeah, I want to fuck him too. He's big. He's got arms.
Yeah, he's got legs for arms.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. WCW right now. Yeah. From Cincinnati, 100%, Ohio.
Man.
Oh, Countdown to Mayhem.
Yes. You wanted to talk about this.
I have to. I have to. So we begin the show, and it's, after video packages, it goes to Bobby Heenan and Shivani, and behind them are giant box art advertisements that the crowd's holding up of the N64 and PS1 version of WCW Mayhem. 3 days to launch, baby. Woo! Yeah. And guess what, Tanner? I have early access. This thing comes out September 23rd. Well, right now it's August 28th. We're recording this. My copy of WCW is going to come on September 1st. Early access over here.
Nice. That's. I'm not quite sure how you did this. This is incredible, really.
Yeah, there's a guy I know. His name's eBay. Fucking awesome, dude. I just got that inside track with games like this.
It's incredible, man. I'm really happy for you.
Yeah. So perhaps a review for the next podcast.
I was about to say, I feel like you're gonna have to like give us a review, because I remember 20 years ago when that game came out.
Well, hey, hold on.
Sorry. We've hit a time warp here, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't play this game 20 years ago. You're just gonna have to give us a review.
I got to tell you what it's really like, and should you buy WCW Mayhem?
Yeah.
Countdown to Mayhem.
I wonder if it's only going to be like backstage brawling, or I don't know.
No,
Maybe
they would never make a game like that. That just sounds silly.
You don't think they would ever do that? I mean, it feels like the logical step. I mean, you had WCW Revenge, and you were just in the ring the whole time. You could get weapons from the crowd, but you were just at the ring. I mean, yeah.
I mean there's got to be more assaulting backstage before you make a game like that.
Perhaps so. I mean, I feel like maybe it would be a bold move, but perhaps, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, all right. Countdown to Mayhem. Beautiful stuff.
I'm counting it down, man.
Yeah, I mean, comes out at midnight on Friday, and I mean, shit, we're recording on a Sunday. You know, probably a week late. Well, I mean, we're recording Monday night right after Nitro.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. We opened the show with Juventud Guerrera, Psychosis versus Kidman and Rey Mysterio Jr.
I thought you were going to say Bray Wyatt, and I was going to lose it.
Camo tank top, camo pants, bleach blonde hair.
Yeah, definitely
tinted sunglasses. He's got the silver. Rey Mysterio's look in this era is, my brain breaks looking at him.
Yeah, man, it's totally 1999. I don't know how we ever survived the end of that decade, but we did, and we're here now. Billy Kidman, he's got one look, and I think he's comfortable with that one look. Whereas Rey Mysterio's like, I'm gonna wear a flamingo as a hat. It's just like ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so let's see, it's what are we even calling this Juventud Psychosis group here? I guess they don't have a name, they're just the Mexicans.
They were given generic mariachi music.
They sure were. No, that's Juventud's that's Juventud's music.
Was that Juventud's music?
Yeah.
I've yet to see him on this show as part of our journey here, so I guess this is
this is the first time, right? Yeah. So a fun thing I've always noticed. So ever since they changed to this new set with the WCW Dick in the middle of the ramp, Juventud, on like the first chance he got, he sprayed his water on himself and he slips on the ramp. Ever since that moment, he purposely like walks as far away from it as possible. Just about every time. Because if you see here, he goes all the way to the other side of the ramp and then he'll jump away from the thing that made him slip.
Hey, I would too, man. That thing's stupid.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's a terrible set design. It's awful.
But hey, we got some Psychosis here though too, right? Psychosis. That dude's awesome.
Yeah. The nice little lucha match with I mean, there you got the what is the Filthy Animals. That's who they are. They're on the outside. Yeah.
Yeah, they so the match started with it was just a 4-way match, and it was I thought that, look, it wasn't a great match, but the crowd was hot. They really enjoyed it. The lucha action was fine. It was fine. Like, there's some pretty cool stuff that happened, but like, I don't know, the match itself wasn't like mind blowing, but hey, that crowd was hot. They wanted to see some wrestling, and they got some lucha libre wrestling.
Did Sid Vicious come out and ruin this match?
The Filthy Animals came out and ruined this match.
Ah, okay.
So they had come out after the match, and essentially what happened is that
I remember now.
So the Filthy Animals do the beatdown, which was really odd because I was like, so are they heels? Are they faces? I'm so confused, right? Because the crowd wanted to love Mysterio and Kidman, right? And then as soon as Eddie and Conan came down and they did the beatdown, I was like, boo, this is bad. Oh, you guys are bad guys. And I think that's a really simplification of this. Juventud and Psychosis are saved by Chavo Guerrero somehow. They get out of the ring. And Psychosis and Juventud are, arguing, kind of like talking things out. And Chavo incorrectly translates for Psychosis, who is yelling in Spanish at Billy Kidman. And Chavo issues a challenge on Psychosis's behalf to Kidman for a hair versus mask match that Psychosis clearly didn't want. He was very distraught about this challenge that Chavo entered him into on his behalf.
And it's going to be next week.
It's going to be next week. Kidman wanted it now, but we're going to get it next week.
That's right. We get a video package on Sid versus Goldberg, and then we get Brian Knobbs versus Goldberg.
Yeah, Brian Knobbs. Yes. What a guy that. What a fella he is.
So I looked this up. This is a big problem in WCW because it hit me in the middle of this match. I'm like, there is a lot of old guys with 10-year-old gimmicks on this show.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit. They're all the same. And Brian Knobbs was the one that triggered that. And I go, I remember renting old VHS tapes from the late 80s where Brian Knobbs was part of the Nasty Boys. I was like, when did that start? I look it up. 1985.
Yeah.
It's almost 15 years later. He's still doing the pit, and he's still wearing the Nasty Boys gear. He's called the Nasty Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Bruh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's rubbing his armpits into people's faces, as you previously noted. It's just gross.
I'm begging for new talent on the show. I so need it. New talent, new gimmicks, please. This is I think this is why I like Berlin so much. He's just so fresh and different and new.
Mm-hmm. He's kind of like Neo from the Matrix if he just went to German nightclubs all the time.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Sounds rad.
Sounds dope.
Yeah. I mean, I've done both. I've watched The Matrix, not in a German nightclub, but I've seen The Matrix and I've been to German nightclubs.
Hey,
it's a fun time.
There you go. Yeah. I've never been, so I mean, I'm gonna have to lean on your expertise here on this one.
I mean, club music, drinking shots, dancing, leaving extra alcohol in the bushes outside, so when you go out for the cigarette, you totally have, the usual.
You're at the discotheque. Yeah.
Exactly. So Goldberg kills this dude and picks up this very large man for a jackhammer. That was rad.
Yeah, this morbidly obese fellow. No, all due respect to Brian Knobbs. He did work a good promo at the beginning before the match. Goldberg came out with the security guards, and Goldberg did what Goldberg does. That's pretty much all you need to know about this.
Well, it's very strange with WCW where it's a DQ when they feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
For example, Brian Knobbs is hitting this man with multiple chair shots to the head. Jimmy Hart's in the ring hitting him with a megaphone. And the ref is just like, oh my God, what is going on? Puts his hands, flailing his hands in the air. Oh, wacky waving, inflatable arm waving tune man. Ah!
Yeah.
Oh, well, he speared him. He's out of the ring. Get out of here. I actually sounded like Jimmy Hart there for a second.
You were getting there, man. You were definitely getting there. I guess the ref was like, innocently presuming. Actually, this wouldn't even work. He was presuming that if Brian Knobbs was in the match, then it was just going to be like, okay, this is going to be a hardcore match. But then he feigns like surprise and shock and horror that Brian Knobbs is going to try and beat up Goldberg with all sorts of trash cans and stupidity. Yeah.
So Flair's out for a promo. How'd this go?
It went. I thought Ric Flair's always been pretty good on the mic. But he wants to talk to Sting. You know,
This shit was hilarious. I love this whole interaction here.
So Sting does not come out.
He does
not. Instead, it's Chris Benoit, and says that that he has unfinished business, right? And after he wins the title of Flair, he says Flair can have Sting, right? After Benoit wins the title, Benoit then challenges Sting, which how do I say this? Tony Schiavone actually told us an hour ago that Chris Benoit was going to be facing Sting tonight. So I guess Benoit is just doing this as a courtesy to the crowd.
Well, what's happening is Ric Flair's in the ring. He's like, I'm free at last. I'm free of this. I see you, Sting. You're a bad guy. I'm Flair.
Mm-hmm.
I know I was bad like a month ago, but I'm good now. And I'm crazy. I'm back, or I'm back from my 6-week hiatus from possibly whatever it was. But he was bad. Now he's good. Like everybody else in the main event on the show, everyone's just flipped roles overnight, seemingly. And he's like, I want Sting tonight. You ruined the main event. You and Luger hit Bret Hart. Blah, blah, blah. Benoit comes out and he's like, look, man, it's cool that you want him. You can have him, but after me. And Flair, he's like, whoa, that's crazy. I want him first, bitch, and I want him for the title. Benoit goes, no, I have a contract, and I'm going to beat him for the title because contract. I don't care about your contract. I want him now. And then Benoit just like, all right, this is going nowhere. I'm having the title match tonight. It's been announced. I'll see you later. And then it cuts back to Flair. Mean Gene goes, what do you think about that, Flair? I got to go find Sting right now, then. And he rushes off to the back. It's like a crazy man. It's great. I actually loved all this.
Yeah, this was pretty good, and obviously it sets us up for the next match: Sting versus Chris Benoit for the WCW World Title. It's right now. This is happening. We did get a spot of the Nitro Girls competition yet again. Still no Stacy Keibler.
Yeah, so we don't care.
It's sad. Was Tori Wilson ever invited on one of these Nitro Girls competitions, or does she come in as a completely separate kind of thing?
She comes in as like a hooker for hire from like Kevin Nash and involved with David Flair. That was a thing in '98.
Oh.
She just hasn't been on the show in a hot minute since who knows where David Flair went. I think he's legit injured, actually.
Good.
I think.
I mean, I'm sorry that that happened, but I don't think I'm prepared to see him on television just yet.
Oh, it's something. Every time he's there, it's something. But we get to see Tori at least.
Yes. It's a decent trade-off.
So this match was super disappointing.
Yeah. So Benoit's TV title isn't on the line, which I think is predictable, right? Mm-hmm. So Benoit at this time, again, I would say he's certainly amongst the best wrestlers in the world.
At this time,
1999,
yeah, mm-hmm. He's up there.
Sting, previously one of the best wrestlers in the world, I would say. He was definitely it was definitely a very progressive wrestler for his time.
Fair,
right?
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. This match here, I was left wanting so much more out of this match than what we actually got. It was fine. It wasn't like, I don't know. When I think of 1999 Chris Benoit and Sting, I would have wanted so much more out of this than what we actually got.
Well, the problem is Sting doesn't know how to work heel, like at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing atomic drops. He's kind of slowly walking around the ring. He's not like doing anything that'll make you boo him at all. And that's a huge issue if you're trying to get him over as, oh, I don't know, you're world champion top heel now when everyone else is a babyface. So the crowd doesn't know what to do. They're just like, German suplex, cool, I guess.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So the person who has all the heat is Lex Luger, because he's coming out with bats and beating people up with it. Which is weird because my brain memory has happened again. When Sting was like in the rafters and being secretly a bad guy, but we were all cheering him. What was his main weapon he would chase the NWO off with again? I think it was a bat.
Yes, I think you're right.
So when Sting gets the bat, the crowd starts cheering him. But this is supposed to be bad. Oh man, brain hurt again. Ow. This fucking show.
Yeah, it's I don't understand the rationale for it being Luger with the bat. I mean, it was always Sting's bat, as you put it. So wouldn't you think that Sting would get more heat using said bat?
Well, no, because everyone's been conditioned over the last 3 years. Sting bat beats people up. Awesome, cool.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Luger bat, no, bad.
Oh, bad Batman.
Yeah, yeah, he is the Batman. Get the Luger signal out. Sting's about to lose.
it's just like one like flexed veiny arm.
That would be way more entertaining than what we're getting now. So yeah, there's like a ref bump, of course, low blow. Benoit gets like rolled up, or who cares? Whatever. Disappointing match.
Yeah. This whole Sting as a heel experiment is just completely going awry.
Well, this is what happened with DDP. You know, they got him the title. It was booked extremely strange and opposite of how they should have, and then they were forced to like change the character 2 times over in a month. And the crowd, instead of actually boo until they, right? Yeah, two-time world champion. Until they finally like went full bore with DDP as you know, this sleazy Jersey dirtbag again. You know, the crowd was just so lethargic with him, and we're seeing the same thing happen with Sting again. They don't know what to do with the guy. Who they do know what to do with is Berlin, my main man. Hell yeah, he's facing Scott Armstrong, another America guy.
Yeah, very pro-American Scott Armstrong. I mean, just the name just accentuates Americanism.
I'm all about. I'm telling you, I am all about Berlin. He's got a unique look. He's got the filter on his entrance, which I'm totally for now. He's got the sunglasses. He's got big bodyguard man with his fist all clenched. He's gonna hit you. He's gonna get you.
and the referees, they still, I don't know what kind of union or committee these referees are on, but they still haven't come to terms with the wall yet. I just don't understand. It's like it's always shock and awe that Berlin is there to get in the cheap shot.
Yeah,
I guess that they're just not reviewing instant replay. Like I guess they don't have VAR yet. I just don't know.
Nah, that's impossible. But yeah, it cost Munich the win yesterday. I was very happy about that. By the way, holy shit. Jens Sommer.
Yeah, dude.
Savior of Deutschland here.
Yeah, Jan Sumner, he's a spectacular goalkeeper. Saved, 19 shots?
Yeah, he was
goal?
putting up hockey stats in that game last night.
Yeah, that man, he's a genius. Jan Sommer should have come out here and faced Berlin. He really should have. Just hit him once with the goalkeeper glove, and that would have been it.
But yeah, Berlin, No Ludendorff here, no German promo, but Berlin gets like actual heat on this show. The crowd does not like him. He speaks German, the German machine. I liked how they didn't do a promo this week, so it doesn't get overdone. He just comes out, has a match, nice in the mid card. He wins, does a little neck breaker off a cheap shot. I believe the bodyguard does get the punch off. Look, I'm not saying the matches are great, but I think they're very effective.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to put it in a bubble, what did WCW do right here? Yeah, I would think that the Berlin angle, as begrudgingly as I want to admit this, the Berlin character and everything around it was done correctly.
The only thing he needs is a tan.
Well, the only other thing, the thing that I always got confused about was, well, why are we hating the Germans now? I mean, is it just because this one guy just says all this stuff? I guess that's America.
You're really
had no
underestimating the American reaction to a foreign language being spoken at them and saying that America not as good as another one.
Right. While touring the circuit of the American Southeast. Right.
Yeah. I mean, well, in this case, it's Ohio. So
it's, basically second Florida.
Right. Well, of course. Yes.
But yeah.
All right. Let's see. I'm reading this KB Wrestling Reviews again. Earlier today, Vampiro and the Clowns argued over which one would get the Cruiserweight title shot. Eventually, it's Shaggy.
I mean, you know what? I didn't even know it was a serious question at first. I thought it was clearly going to be Vampiro.
You would think, but Vampiro was not in the match, and he did not pin the champ last week. And then many gay jokes are abound.
Different time, 1999.
Let's see. DDP promo. He makes fun of Pete Rose.
Cool.
Two-time. He says Ric Flair should retire. He old, even though DDP is pretty old himself, but he's at least new and fresh talent.
Yeah, I believe DDP would be about in his early 40s around this time.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's bang this out. Evan Courageous Blitzkrieg. It was good, and then Sid came out and beat their asses, and he cut his blue promo again.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So I mean, we've been getting a lot of these Sid Vicious Goldberg promo packages also throughout the show. I find them to be maybe not nearly as egregious as the Sting ones, but still, it's just like, okay, I get it. This is a thing. Are we gonna see them actually interact with each other, or is this just the promos?
It's just promos. We got like 6 weeks until Halloween Havoc.
Oh, good God. Okay,
this is gonna go on a while.
I'll try and be patient.
Yeah, but look, Sid comes out. He beats up some nerds. He pins him. He's got the dude. He's got the Robinson with the sign of his fake winning streak. The crowd loves it when he comes out and ruins these boring matches. They're like, yes, the shitty boring match is over. Woo, go Sid! Because the crowd is chanting for Sid to come out as soon as 2 nerds come out, and he does. So this feels like a big match. This Sid Vicious Goldberg encounter. It's going to happen at Halloween Havoc.
I'm ready for it.
Yeah. It's amazing what 3 hours of TV does when you have all of these people on your television, but then you also have a lot of filler, seemingly. So clearly 2 hours is the way to go, but that's a different topic for another day. So we got Sting and Hulk Hogan and Sid versus Goldberg. Those are your 2 big matches that they're building, which I think is fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, I'd personally have a different main event, but that's just me.
I mean, given the options and the rationale for the story. Yeah. I just what else would you do?
I mean, they've had many options. They just keep doing the same fucking shit over and over again.
Yeah, like well, like we're 2 weeks away from All Out. We still don't know what the main event is.
Yeah, but
right?
we know.
I mean, kind of. We kind of know.
We know enough. Like at least, but we it's not like we've seen the same match for 4 years.
No, just for about less than 4 minutes.
Right. Perry Saturn, Eddie Guerrero. This was fine, but I fell asleep during the match.
No, jeez. No, so okay, so this match was again best match of the night for me. I guess what I got confused about was didn't we have this same match last week?
We sure did.
And it was still the best match of the week last week. And it wasn't like, oh my god, but it was, it was good. It was really good, Could we have Eddie face somebody else other than Perry Saturn though, please?
I would love that. I mean, I believe what's his face? Steve Douglas gets in the ring with a chain, hits Eddie in the back of the head. Perry Saturn says, "Oh, why'd you do that, bro?" And then he pins him anyways. And then they just like, "Hey, Revolution, woo!" Nobody cares.
Yeah, no. And Benoit's long gone from the Revolution at this point. Yeah. Oh no, he's still in there.
He's still wearing the T-shirt and whatnot, but
he feels emotionally detached from. Well,
yeah.
racing.
Okay.
He feels detached just completely from the Revolution as a unit. But I don't know.
Hulk Hogan comes out for a promo. Eat your vitamin. His new catchphrase is like, "Eat your vitamins and kick ass." That's his new thing. He talks about being like best buddies with Flair, even though they've been feuding for like the entire summer.
They hate each other.
No, they're best buddies now, and Hogan and Flair is like protecting Hogan with bat shots and whatnot. I don't get this.
Freaking Hulk Hogan.
I'm so sick of this man. Insane Clown Posse, Cruiserweight title, Shaggy 2 Dope against Lenny Lane.
No, I've gone on record saying that I'm not the biggest Lenny Lane fan.
I can't imagine why. He had the best match at the pay-per-view we just watched.
I feel like this match only solidified that further. It was this was a bad match. This match sucked.
It was quite awful, and it was made worse by the fact they have the fake fan that's obsessed with Lodi and Lenny jumping into the ring now, and he gets punched by Lodi, and then he's handcuffed, and he's like, "That's it! I've had enough!" And he's flailing around. The crowd doesn't know what to do about it. It's a storyline of a fan jumping the railing and attacking the wrestlers. What could possibly go wrong with this kind of angle?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it would inspire a generation of actual fans to believe that it's okay to jump the guardrail to try and be involved in the show.
Yeah, very strange. Let's see. Did this win via DQ or some shit? What happened?
Yeah. I believe that was the finish.
All right. Obviously, we don't care enough. Who cares?
This match was not good.
No. Rick Steiner's out. He's coming, talking about Sid, his brother, all that. Then Scott Steiner comes out, and this was the best thing on the show. This is my opinion here. I love this so much.
Scott Steiner. I was confused because I thought Rick Steiner was bringing out an actual gorilla. But no, it's actually just Scott Steiner. He's just that massive now. And as you phrased earlier, he's talking about how he's trying to chase Wilt Chamberlain's record.
There's a lot of records being broken right now.
Yeah.
Mark McGuire's hitting home runs. Sammy Sosa hitting home runs. But I'm chasing my own record. Wilt Chamberlain was said to have banged 20,000 women. Well, I've been gone chasing that record, having all kinds of women all around the country. Who out there wants to help me break this record? See me in the back.
It would be just so great if Scott Steiner got like an endorsement from like Baylor Scott and White.
I mean, they obviously need to. The next step is to show him at like Hooters and whatnot, just hanging out with a bunch of women, and then you just assume he bangs them all.
Yeah, he's got like 10 women around this table with him. He's like, Big Papa Pump,
Yeah, Big Papa Pump is your hookup. Holla if you hear me. And then they all just like, oh, Scott.
And then the camera cuts off because you don't want to see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally see these vignettes now. They're he's at like nightclubs and he just goes, "There's nothing finer with Scott Steiner." Hey.
Yeah. Oh geez. Yeah, Scott Scott didn't know that the NWO had dissolved.
Yeah, no one told him about that.
He didn't get a phone call. He just
Well, I mean, at least he made his intentions clear. It's like the NWO may be gone, but I'm still the leader. No one leaves the NWO. Now I sound like Rick Steiner. But anyways, he's going to beat the fuck out of Hulk Hogan. I'm all about that. Go do it, Scott.
I think the only thing that we should fear is that this would turn quickly into a shoot. And that Scott Steiner would actually be punching Hulk Hogan.
Love it. Canyon versus Booker T.
Yeah, what's who better than Canyon?
Booker T is on this night. We move on.
Booker T apparently was better than Canyon.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it was an okay match. Again, we're skipping past some of these, not skipping past, but we're not giving much attention because these matches are quite short. Not a lot to have to to look at or review really. Booker T basically was Canyon the bookend, which was nice, obviously an ode to The Rock.
Well, what's happening within WCW now is WWF is very popular, and
I see
one of their great ideas is, well, if we just use moves that they're using, then our guys will get over.
I mean, I want to say that we're getting close here. We've got we've got somewhat of the right idea. Just I don't know, man. Like I guess the bookend is cool. I mean, it did give them an excuse during the invasion to have the Rock versus Booker T feud because they both used the same move. But still,
scissor kick better.
Scissor kick much better.
Okay.
I don't know why the bookend would be like the setup to the scissor kick. That doesn't make sense to me either.
I guess also, technically true, but I mean, you could just like pick them up, put them on their knees, and then hit it.
Yeah, true. Though at the same time, I guess Booker T's finish right now was the missile drop kick.
Right.
Like that was his finish. So.
Yeah. Which that needs to go. As cool as it is, and we don't see like this giant dude doing that. Time for a change.
I mean, it is super dope, though. I mean, who else hits a top rope missile drop kick now? Like, I can't think of anybody.
Well, a lot of people in Japan, but anyways.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's. I mean, for in intents and purposes of like what you see on Western American television, like high cross bodies and missile drop kicks and like kind of all of our my favorite moves. Anyways, it's a less than ideal, but Ric Flair DDP main event.
Yeah,
I thought this was gonna be good at first. Because DDP comes out and Flair jumps his ass, and they're doing like crowd brawling. There's like actual like crowd heat to it. They're doing backdrops, and they're like it's an awesome little like Ric Flair brawl match of babyface Flair, which obviously we know he works better at heel, but dirtbag Jersey guy getting beat up by a person a lot of people want to cheer for right now, and then they do a chinlock spot, and it all goes downhill from there.
Yeah, this is an interesting dichotomy of one guy who absolutely scripts his matches to the very letter of like the law, right? Like he scripts everything, and then you've got Ric Flair, the other guy, who he's just all about like. We're out here doing this match. Let's kind of vibe with whatever is going on with the crowd, right? Like he's kind of best at that. And this just turns into a calamity. As you said, there was the headlock spot, and what happens after that?
It's a lot of just like nothing, and then there's a low blow. There's a figure 4 from Flair, and everyone looks to the back. Here comes Sting. Yeah. He comes in with the he misses an elbow, not a DQ, and then Luger gets in, of course, because he gets all the heat, the actual heat. Hits Flair in the sternum with the bat, cracked ribs, I'm sure. DQ. Hogan comes out for the save. Sting gets him in the bat with the knee. Flair jumps on Hogan to protect him. So, out of character 101 everything on this show. You don't get it. I don't get it.
But they're best friends now.
Sure.
They're like Chuck Taylor and who's the other guy? I forgot his name. Damn
Trent.
It.
Trent Beretta.
Trent. Yeah, Trent Beretta. They're best friends.
God. I mean,
they're going to come out next week in tie-dye jumpsuits.
Would it have killed them to just put Sting defending the world title in the main event? And do this angle earlier in the show?
Yes, it would have absolutely killed them.
Yeah, you're right.
Because Chris Benoit's not a draw.
Well, neither's DDP anymore. If that wasn't like more obvious these days.
Yeah, no, this was dumb. This was absolutely dumb on multiple different levels. The Ric Flair Hogan stuff after the match is just hilarious. It's just so stupid.
So that was Nitro.
That was Nitro.
The road to Halloween Havoc will continue.
Yeah, and we're another week closer. It's Russo.
It's coming. It's coming.
He's on his way, man. He's packing up. He's heading down to Atlanta. This is gonna be a wild ride.
And that's the end of the episode, everybody. Red Leaf Retrocast. Tanner, thank you for joining. See you next time.
Thank you.